Reading from the Book of Ecclesiasticus, according to the Douay Rhiems translation. For those who do not have the Douay Rheims translation, this book is known as Sirach. It is 51 chapters. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. All the wisdom is from the Lord God, and hath been always with him, and is before all time. Who hath numbered all the sand of the sea, and the drops of the rain, in the days of the world? Who hath measured the heights of heaven, and the breadth of the earth, and the depth of the abyss? Who hath searched out the wisdom of God, that goeth before all things? Wisdom hath been created before all things, and understanding of the prudence from everlasting. The word of the Lord on high is the fountain of wisdom, and her ways are everlasting commandments. To whom hath the root of wisdom been revealed? Who hath known her wise counsels? To whom hath the discipline of wisdom been revealed and made manifest? Who hath understood the multiplicity of her steps? There is one most high Creator Almighty, and a powerful King, and greatly to be feared, who sitteth upon his throne, and is the God of dominion. He created her in the Holy Ghost, and he saw her, numbered her, and measured her, and he poured out upon all his works, and upon all flesh, according to his gifts, and hath given her them that love him. The fear of the Lord is honor, and the glory, and the gladness, and the crown of joy. The fear of the Lord shall delight the heart, and shall give joy and gladness in the length of days. With him that feareth the Lord, it shall go well in the latter end, and the day of his death he shall be blessed. The love of God is honorable wisdom, and they that whom shall show herself love her by the sight, and by the knowledge of her great works. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and was created with the faithful in the womb. It walketh with the chosen women, and is known with the just and faithful. The fear of the Lord is the religiousness of knowledge. The religiousness shall keep the justify the heart. It shall give joy and gladness. It shall go well with them that feareth the Lord. In the days of his end he shall be blessed. To fear God is the fullness of wisdom, and the fullness is from the fruits thereof. She shall fill all her house with her increase, and the storehouses with her treasures. The fear of the Lord is the crown of wisdom, filling up the peace, and the fruit of the salvation. And it hath seen and numbered her, but both are the gifts of the God. The wisdom shall distribute knowledge, and understanding of prudence, and exalted the glory of them that hold her. The root of wisdom is to fear the Lord, and the branches thereof are long-lived. And the treasures of wisdom is understanding, and religiousness of knowledge. But to sinners wisdom is an abomination. The fear of the Lord driveth out sin, for he that is without fear cannot be justified. For the wrath of his high spirits is his ruin. A patient man shall bear for a time, and afterwards joy shall be restored to him. A good understanding will hide his words for a time, and his lips of many shall declare his wisdom. In the treasures of wisdom is the significance of discipline, but the worship of God is an abomination to the sinner. Son, if thou desire wisdom, keep justice, and God will give her to thee. For the fear of the Lord is wisdom and discipline, and which is agreeable to him. In faith and meekness he will fill up his treasures. Be not incredulous to the fear of the Lord, and come not to him with double heart. Be not a hypocrite in the sight of the men, and let not thy lips be stumbling block to thee. Watch over them, lest thou fall, and bring dishonor upon thy soul. And God discovereth thy secrets, and cast thee down into the midst of the congregation, because thou camest to the Lord wickedly, and thy heart is full of guile and deceits. Son, when thou comest into the service of God, stand in the justice and in fear, and prepare thy soul for temptation. Humble thy heart and endure. Incline thy ear, and receive the words of understanding, and make not haste in the time of clouds. Wait on God with patience. Join thyself to God, and endure, that thy life may be increased in the latter end. Take all that shall be brought upon thee, and thy sorrow endure in thy humiliation. Keep patience. For gold and silver are tried in fire, but acceptable men in the furnace of humiliation. Believe God, and he will recover thee, and direct thy ways, and trust in him. Keep his fear, and grow old therein. Ye that fear the Lord, and wait for his mercy, and go not aside from him, lest ye fall. Ye that fear the Lord, believe him, and your reward shall not be made void. Ye that fear the Lord, hope in him, and mercy shall come to you for your delight. Ye that fear the Lord, love him, and your heart shall be enlightened. My children, behold the congregations of men, and know ye that no one hath hoped in the Lord, and hath been confounded. For who hath continued in his commandment, and hath been forsaken? For who hath called upon him, and he hath despised him? For God is compassionate and merciful, and will forgive sins in the day of tribulation. And he is the protector to all that seek him in truth. Woe to him that are all of double heart, and to the wicked lips, and to the hands that do evil, and to the sinner that goeth on the earth 2 ways. Woe to them that are faint-hearted, who believe not God, and therefore they shall be not protected by him. Woe to them that have lost patience, and have forsaken the right ways, and have gone aside into crooked ways. And what will they do when the Lord shall begin to examine? They that fear the Lord will not be incredulous to the word, and they that love him will keep his way. They that fear the Lord will seek after the things that are well pleasing to him, and they that love him shall be filled with his law. They that fear the Lord will prepare their hearts, and in their sight they will sanctify their souls. They that fear the Lord keep his commandments, will have patience even until his visitation, saying, if we do not penance, we shall fall into the hands of the Lord, and not into the hands of men. For according to his greatness, so also to his mercy with him. The sons of wisdom are the church of the just and their congregation, obedience and love. Children, hear the judgment of your father, and so do, that you may be saved. And for God hath made the father honorable to the children, and seeking the judgment of the mothers hath confirmed it upon the children. He that loveth God shall obtain pardon for his sins by prayer, and shall refrain himself from them, and shall be heard in the days of the prayers of days. And he that shall honor his mother is as one that layeth up a treasure. He that honoureth his father shall have joy in his own children, and the day of his prayer he shall be heard. He that honoureth the father shall enjoy a long life, and he that obeyeth the father shall be a comfort to his mother. He that feareth the Lord honoureth his parents, and will serve them as the masters that have brought them into the world. Honour thy father in work and word and in all patience, that a blessing may be upon thee from him, that his blessing may remaineth in the latter end. The father's blessing establishes the houses of the children, but the mother's curse rooted up the foundation. Glory not in the dishonor of thy father, for his shame is no glory to thee. For the glory of a man is from the honor of his father, and the father without honor is a disgrace of the son. Son, support the old age of thy father. Grieve him not in his life, and his understanding fail. Have patience with him, and despise him not when thou art in thy strength. For relieving of the father shall not be forgotten. For good shall be repaid to thee for the sin of thy mother. In the justice thou shalt be built up, and the day of affliction thou shalt be remembered, and thy sins shall melt away as ice in the fair warm weather. Of what an evil flame is he that forsaketh his father, and is cursed of God, that angereth his mother. My son, do thy works in meekness, and thou shalt be beloved above the glory of men. The greater thou art, the more humble thyself in all things, and thou shalt find grace before God. For the great is the power of God alone, and he is honored by the humble. Seek not the things that are too high for thee, and search not unto the things above thy ability, but the things that God hath commanded thee. Think on them always, and in many of his works be not curious. For it is not necessary for thee to see with thy eyes those things that are hid. In unnecessary manners be not over curious, and many of his works thou shalt be not inquisitive. For many things are shown thee above the understanding of men, and the suspicion of them hath deceived many, and hath detained their minds in vanity. A hard heart shall fear evil at last, and he shall loveth danger shall perish in it. A man that goeth two ways shall not have success, and the perverse of the heart shall be scandalized therein. A wicked heart shall be laid with the sorrows, and the sinner will add sin to sin. The congregation of the proud shall be not healed, for the plant of the wickedness shall take root in them, and it shall not be received. The heart of the wise is understood in wisdom, and a good ear will hear wisdom with all desire. A wise heart, in which hath understanding, will abstain from sins, and in the works of justice shall have success. Water quencheth a flaming fire, and the alms resisteth sins. And God provideth for him that showeth favour. He remembereth him afterwards. In the time of his fall he shall find a sure stay. Son, defraud not the poor of alms, and turn not away thy eyes from the poor. Despise not the hungry soul, and provoke not the poor in his wants. Afflict not the heart of the needy, and defer not to give him that is in distress. Reject not the petition of the afflicted, and turn not away from the face from the needy. Turn not away from thy needs from the poor, for the fear of anger. Leave not to them that ask of thee to curse thee behind thy back. For the prayer of him that curses thee in bitterness of his soul shall be heard. For he that made him will hear him. Make thyself affable to the congregation of the poor, and humble thy soul to the ancients, and bow thy head to the great man. Bow down thy ear cheerfully to the poor, and pay what thou owest, and answer him peaceful words with mildness. Deliver him that suffereth wrong out of the hand of the proud, and be not faint-hearted in thy soul. And judging the merciful to the fatherless as the father, and the husband to their mother, and thou shalt be as the obedient son of the Most High, and he will have mercy on thee more than a mother. Wisdom inspireth life into her children, and protecteth them that seek after her, and will go after them in the ways of justice. And he that loveth her loveth life, and they that watcheth for her shall embrace her sweetness. They that hold her fast shall inherit life, and whitherso she entereth, God will give a blessing. And they shall serve her, shall be servants to the Holy One, and God loveth them that love her. And he that hearkeneth to her shall judge nations, and he that looketh upon her shall remain secure. If he trust in her, he shall inherit her, and his congregation shall be an assurance, for she walketh with him in the temptation, and the first she chooseth him. She will bring upon him fear and dread and trial. She will scourge him with affliction of her discipline, till she try him by her laws and trust his soul. Then she will strengthen him and make him straight to way and give him joy, and will disclose her secrets to him, and will heap upon the treasures of the knowledge and understanding of the justice. But if he go astray, she will forsake him, and deliver him into the hands of his enemy. Son, observe the time, and fly from evil, for thy soul be not ashamed to say the truth. For there is a shame that bringeth sin, and there is a shame that bringeth glory and grace. Accept no person against thy own person, nor against thy soul a lie. Reverence not thy neighbor in his fall, and refrain not to speak in the time of his salvation. Hide not thy wisdom in her beauty, for by the tongue wisdom is discerned, and understanding and knowledge, and learning by the word of the wise, and steadfastness of the works of the justice. And now in no wise speak against the truth, but be ashamed of the lie of thy ignorance. Be not ashamed to confess thy sins, but submit thyself to every man for sin. Resist not against the face of the mighty, and do not strive against the stream of the river. Strive for justice for thy soul, and even unto death fight for justice, and God will overthrow thy enemies for thee. Be not hasty in thy tongue, and slack and remiss in thy works. Be not as a lion in thy house, terrifying them that thy household, and oppressing them that are under thee. Let not thy hand be stretched out to be received, and shut when thou shouldest give. Set up thy heart upon the unjust possessions, and say not, I have enough to live on. For if it be of no service in time of vengeance and darkness, follow not in thy strength the desires of thy heart, and say not, how mighty am I, and who shall bring me under my deeds? For God will surely take revenge. Say not, I have sinned, and what harm hath befallen me? For Most High is the patient rewarder. Be not without fear about sin, forgiven, and add not to sin upon sin. And say not, the mercy of the Lord is great. He will have mercy upon the multitude of my sins. For mercy and wrath quickly come from him, and his wrath looketh upon sinners. Delay not to convert to the Lord, and defer it not from the day to day. For his wrath shall come on suddenly. In the day of vengeance he will destroy thee. Be not anxious for the goods unjustly gotten, for they shall not profit thee in the day of calamity and revenge. Winnow now with every wind, and go not every way, for so is every sinner proved by double tongue. Be steadfast in the way of the Lord, and the truth of thy judgments, and the knowledge, and let the word of the peace and justice keep with thee. Be meek to her in the word, that thou mayest understand, and return the true answer with wisdom. If thou have understanding, answer thy neighbor, but if not, let thy hand be upon thy mouth, lest thou be surprised in an unskilful word, and be confounded. Honor and glory is in the word of the wise, but the tongue of the fool in his ruin. Be not called a whisperer, and be not taken by thy tongue, and confounded. For confusion and repentance is upon the thief, and the evil mark of his disgrace upon the double tongue. But to the whisperer hateth and enmity and reproach. Justify alike the small and the great. Instead of a friend, become not an enemy of thy neighbor, for an evil man shall inherit reproach and shame. So shall every sinner that is envious and double-tongued. Exalt not thyself in the thoughts of the soul like a bull, lest thy strength be quashed by folly, and eat up thy leaves, and destroy thy fruits, and thou be left as a dry tree in the wilderness. For a wicked soul shall destroy him that hath it, and maketh him to be a joy to his enemies, and shall lead him into the lot of the wicked. A sweet word multiplieth friends, and appeaseth enemies, and a gracious tongue in a good man aboundeth. Be in peace with many, but let one of a thousand be thy counselor. If thou wouldest get a friend, try him before thou takest him, and do not credit him easily. For there is a friend for his own occasion, and he that will not abide in the day of thy trouble. And there is a friend that turneth to enmity, and there is a friend that will disclose hatred and strife and reproaches. And there is a friend that is a companion at the table, and he will not abide in the day of distress. A friend, if he continued steadfast, shall be to thee thyself, and shall act with confidence among them of thy household. If he humble himself before thee, and hide himself from thy face, thou shalt have an anonymous friendship for good. Separate thyself from thy enemies, and take heed of thy friends. A faithful friend is a strong defense. He that found him hath found a treasure. Nothing can be compared to the faithful friend, and no weight of gold or silver is able to countervail the goodness of his fidelity. A faithful friend is a medicine of life and immortality, and they that fear the Lord shall find him. He that feareth God shall likewise have good friendship, because according to him shall his friend be. My son, from thy youth upon receive instruction, and even to thy grey hairs thou shalt find wisdom. Come to her as one has ploweth and soweth, and wait for her good fruits. For the working about her thou shalt labor a little, and thou shalt quickly eat of her fruits. How very how how very unpleasant is wisdom to the unlearned, and the unwise will not continue with her. She shall be with them as a mighty stone of trial, and they shall cast her from them before it long. For the wisdom of the doctrine is according to her name, and she is not manifest unto many, but with them to whom she is known, she continueth even to the sight of God. Give ear, my son, and take of the wise counsel, and cast not away my advice. Put thy feet unto her fetters, and thy neck unto her chains. Bow down thy shoulder, and bear her, and be not grieved with her bands. Come to her with all thy mind, and keep her ways with all thy power. Search for her, and she shall be made known to thee. And when thou hast gotten her, let her not go. For in the latter end thou shalt find rest in her, and she shall be turned to thy joy. Then shall her fetters be strong defense for thee, and a firm foundation, and her chain a robe of glory. For in her is the beauty of life, and her bands are the healthful built binding. Thou shalt put her on as a robe of glory, and thou shalt set her upon thee as a crown of joy. My son, if thou wilt attend to me, thou shalt learn, and if thou wilt apply thy mind, thou shalt be wise. If thou wilt incline thy ear, thou shalt receive instruction, and if thou love to hear, thou shalt be wise. Stand in the multiplication of the ancients that are wise, and join thyself from thy heart to their wisdom, that thou mayest hear every discourse of God, and the sayings of praise may not escape thee. And if thou see a man understanding, go him early in the morning, and let thy foot wear the steps of the doors. Let thy thoughts be upon the precepts of God, and meditate continually on his commandments. And he will give to thee a heart, and a desire of wisdom shall be given to thee. Do no evils, and no evils shall lay hold of thee. Depart from the unjust, and the evils shall depart from thee. My son, sow not evils in the furrows of injustice, and thou shalt not reap them sevenfold. Seek not the Lord a preeminence, nor of the king that seat honor of honor. Justify not thyself before God, for he knoweth the heart, and desireth not to appear wise before the king. Seek not to be made a judge, unless thou be the strength enough to extirpate iniquities, lest thou fear the person of the powerful, and lay a stumbling block for thy integrity. Offend not against the multitude of the city, neither cast thyself in upon the people, nor bind sin to sin. For even in one thou shalt not be unpunished. Be not faint-hearted in thy mind. Neglect not to pray and give alms. Say not, God will have respect to the multitude of my gifts. When I offer to the Most High God, he will accept my offerings. Laugh no man to scorn in bitterness of the soul. For there is one that humbleth and exalteth, God who seeth all. Devise not a lie against thy brother, neither do the like against thy friend. Be not willing to make any manner of lie, for the custom thereof is not good. Be not full of words in a multitude of the ancients, and repeat not the word in thy prayer. Hate not the laborious works, nor the husbandry ordained by the Most High. Number not thyself among the multitude of the disorderly. Remember wrath, for it will not tarry long. Humble thy spirit very much, for the vengeance on the flesh of the ungodly is fire and worms. Do not transgress against thy friend, fearing money, nor despise the dear brother for the sake of gold. Depart not from the wise and the good wife whom thou hast gotten in the fear of the Lord, for the grace of her modesty is above gold. Hurt not the servant that worketh faithfully, nor hire a man that giveth thee his life. Let a wise servant be dear to thee as his own soul. Defraud him not of liberty, nor leave him needy. Hast thou cast a cattle, have an eye to them, and if they be for thy profit, keep them with thee. Hast thou children, instruct them, and bow down their neck from their childhood. Hast thou daughters, have a care of their body, and show not thy countenance gay towards them. Marry thy daughters well, and thou shalt do great work, and give her to a wise man. If thou hast a wife according to thy soul, cast her not off. And to her that is hateful, trust not thyself. With thy whole heart honor thy father, and forget not the groanings of thy mother. Remember that thou hadst not been born, but through them, and make the return to them as they have done for thee. And with all thy soul fear the Lord, and reverence his priests. And with all thy strength love him that made thee, and forsake not his ministers. Honor God with all thy soul, and give honor to the priests, and purify thyself with thy arms. Give them their portion, as it is commanded thee, of the firstfruits of the purifications. For thy negligences purify thyself with a few. Offer to the Lord the gift of thy shoulders, and the sacrifice of sanctification, and the firstfruits of the holy things. And stretch out thy hand to the poor, and thy expiation and thy blessing may be perfected. A gift hath grace unto the sight of all the living, and restraineth not the grace from the dead. Be not wanting in conforming them that weep, and walk with them that mourn. Be not slow to visit the sick, for by these things thou shalt be confirmed in love. In all thy works remember thy last end, and thou shalt never sin. Strive not with the powerful man, lest thou fall in his hands. Contend not with the rich man, lest he bring action against thee. For gold and silver hath destroyed many, and hath reached even to the heart of kings, and perverted them. Strive not with a man that is full of tongue, and heap not the wood upon his fire. Communicate with an ignorant man, lest he speak ill of thy family. Despise not a man that turneth away from sin, nor reproach him there within. Remember that we are all worthy of reproof. Despise not a man in his old age, for he also shall become old. Rejoice not at the death of thy enemy, knowing that we will all die, and will be willing that others should rejoice at our death. Despise not the discourse of them that are the ancient and wise, but are acquainted thyself with their proverbs. For of them thou shalt learn wisdom and instruction and understanding, and shalt serve great men without blame. Let not the discourse of the ancients escape thee, for they have learned of their fathers, and for them that thou shalt learn understanding, and shalt give an answer in time of need. Kindle not the coals of the sinners by rebuking them, lest thou be burned with the flame of the fire of their sins. Stand not against the face of an injurious person, lest he set as a spy to entrap thee in thy words. Lend not to the man that is mightier than thyself, and if thou lendest, count it as lost. Be not surety above thy power, and if thou be surety, think as if thou wert to pay it. Judge not against a judge, for he judgeth according to that which is just. Go not on the way with the bold man, lest he burden thee with evils, for he goeth according to his own will, and thou shalt perish together with his folly. And quarrel not with the passionate man, and go not into the desert with the bold man, for the blood is nothing in his sight, and where there is no help, and he will overthrow thee. Advise not the fools, for they cannot love but the things that as please them. Before a stranger do no matter of counsel, for thou knowest not what they will bring forth. Open not thy heart to every man, lest he repay thee with an evil turn, and speaketh reproachfully to thee. Be not jealous over the wife of thy bosom, lest she so show thy regard the malice of the wicked lesson. Give not the power of thy soul to a woman, lest she enter upon thy strength, and thou be confounded. Look not upon a woman that hath a mind for many, lest thou fall upon her snares. Use not much the company of her that is a dancer, and hearken not to her, lest thou perish by the force of her charms. Gaze not upon the maiden, lest her beauty be a stumbling block to thee. Give not thy soul to harlots in any points, lest thou destroy thyself and thy inheritance. Look not round about thee in the ways of the city, nor wander up and down the streets thereof. Turn away thy face from a woman dressed up, and gaze not about upon another's beauty. For many have perished by the beauty of a woman, and hereby lust is enkindled as a fire. Every woman that is a harlot shall be trodden upon as dung in the way. Many, by the admiring the beauty of another man's wife, have become reprobate, for her conversation burneth as fire. Sit not at all with another man's wife, nor repose upon her bed with her, and strive not with her over wine, lest thy heart decline towards her, and by thy blood thou fall into destruction. Forsake not an old friend, for the new will not be like to him. A new friend is a new wine, it shall grow old, and thou shalt drink it with pleasure. Envy not the glory and the riches of a sinner, for thou knowest not what his ruin shall be. Be not pleased with the wrong done by the unjust, knowing that even to hell the wicked shall not please. Keep thee far from the man that hath the power to kill, so thou shalt not suspect the fear of death. And if thou come to them, commit no fault, lest he take away thy life. Know it to be a communication with the death, for thou art going to the midst of the snares, and walking upon the arms of them that are grieved. According to thy power, beware of thy neighbor, and treat with the wise the prudent, lest the just man be thy guest, and let thy glory be the fear of God, and let the thought of God be thy mind, and of all thy discourse on the commandments of the highest. Works shall be praised for the hand of the artificers, and the prince of the people of the wisdom in his speech. But the word of the ancient for the sense, a man full of tongue is terrible in his city, and he that is rash in his word shall be hateful. A wise judge shall judge his people, and the government of the prudent shall be steady. And the judge of his people in himself is also his ministers, and of what manner of man the ruler of the city is, such also are they that dwell therein. An unwise king shall be the ruin of his people, and the cities shall be inhabited throughout the prudence of the rulers. And the power of the earth is in the hand of God, and in his time he will raise up a profitable ruler over it. The prosperity of man is in his hand of God, and upon the person of the scribe he shall lay his honor. Remember not injury done thee by thy neighbor, and do thou nothing by the deeds of injury. Pride is hateful before God, and men and all iniquity of nations is execrable. A kingdom is translated from one people to another, because of injustices and wrongs and injuries and divers deceits. But nothing is more wicked than a covetous man. Why is the earth and ashes proud? There is not a more wicked thing than to love money, for such a one sitteth even to his own soul to sell, because whilst he live he hath cast away his bowels. All the power is a sort of life. A long sickness is troublesome to the physician. Physician cutteth off a short sickness. So also a king is to the day, and to the tomorrow he shall die. For when the man shall die, he shall inherit the serpents and the beasts and the worms. And the beginning of the pride of man is the fall off from God, because his heart is departed from him that made him. For pride is the beginning of all sin, and he that holdeth it shall be filled with the maledictions, and shall ruin him in the end. Therefore hath the Lord disgraced the assemblies of the wicked, and hath utterly destroyed them. God hath overturned the thrones of the proud princes, and hath set up the meek in their stead. God hath made the roots of the proud nations to wither, and hath planted the humble in these nations. The Lord hath overthrown the land of the Gentiles, and hath destroyed them even to the foundation. He hath made some of them to wither away, and hath destroyed them, and hath made the memory of them to cease from the earth. God hath abolished the memory of the proud, and hath preserved the memory of them that are the humble in the mind. Pride was not made for men, nor wrath was for the race of women. That the seed of men shall be honored, which feareth God, but that the seed shall be dishonored, which transgresseth the commandments of the Lord. And in the midst of the brethren their chief is honorable. So shall they that fear the Lord be in his eyes. The fear of God is the glory of the rich, and of the honorable of the poor. Despise not the just man that is poor, and do not magnify a sinful man that is rich. The great man and the judge and the mighty is an honor. There is none greater than he that feareth God. They that are free shall serve a servant that is wise, and a man that is prudent and well instructed will not murmur when he is reproved, and he that is ignorant shall not be honored. Extol not thyself in doing thy work, and linger not in the time of distress. Better is he that laboureth and aboundeth in all things, than he that boasteth himself and wanteth bread. My son, keep thy soul in meekness, and give honour according to the desert. Who will justify him with that sinneth against his own soul? And who will honour him that dishonoureth his own soul? The poor man is glorified by the discipline and fear, and there is a man that is honourable for his wealth, but he that is glorified in poverty, how much more in wealth? And he that is glorified in wealth, let him fear poverty. The wisdom of the humble shall exalt the head, and shall make him sit in the midst of the great men. Praise not a man for his beauty, neither despise a man for his look. The bee is small among the flying things, but her fruit hath the chiefest sweetness. Glory not in apparel at any time, and be not exalted in the day of thy honour. For the works of the highest not only are wonderful, and his works are glorious and secret and hidden. Many tyrants have sat on the throne, and he that no one would think on hath worn the crown. Many mighty men have been greatly brought down, and the glorious have delivered unto the hands of others. Before they inquire, blame no man, and when thou hast inquired, reprove justly. Before thou hear, answer not a word, and interrupt not others in the midst of thy discourse. Strive not in the matter of which doth not concern thee, and sitteth not in the judgments with sinners. My son, meddle not with the many matters, and if thou be rich, thou shalt not be free from sin. For if thou pursue after, thou shalt not overtake, and if thou shalt run before, thou shalt not escape. There is an ungodly man that laboureth and maketh haste, and is a sorrow, and is so much the more in wants. Again, there is an inactive man that wanteth help, and is very weak in ability, and is full of poverty. Yet the eye of the Lord hath looked upon him for good, and hath lifted him up from his low estate, and hath exalted his head. And many have wondered at him, and have glorified God. And God, and the good things and the evil life, and the death and poverty and riches are from God. Wisdom and discipline and the knowledge of life are with God. Love and the ways of good things are with him. Error and darkness are created with sinners, and they that glory in evil things grow old in evil. The gift of God abideth with the just, and his advancements shall have success forever. And there is one that enricheth by the living sparingly, and this is the portion of his reward. And in that he saith, I have found me rest, and now I will eat my goods alone. And he knoweth not what time shall pass, and that death approacheth, and that he must leave all to others, and shall die. Be steadfast in thy covenants, and the conversant therein, and grow old in the work of thy commandments. Abide not in the work of sinners, but trust in God, and stay in thy place. For it is easy in the eyes of God for it is easy in the eyes of God on the sudden to make the poor man rich. The blessing of God maketh haste to reward the just, and a swift hour his blessing beareth fruit. Say not, what need I, and what good shall I have by this? Say not, I am sufficient for myself, and what shall I be made worse by this? In this day of good things, be not unmindful of the evils, and the days of evil be not unmindful of good things. For it is easy before God in the day that death be a reward, every one according to his ways. The affliction of an hour maketh one forget great delights, and the end of the man is disclosing his works. Praise not any man before his death, for a man is known by his children. Bring not every man into thy house, for many are the snares of deceitful. For as the corruptible bowels send forth stinking breath, and as a partridge is brought into the cage, as a roe into the snare, and so also the heart of the proud, as a spy that looketh on to the fall of his neighbor. He that lieth in wait and turneth good to evil, and on the elect he will lay a plot. And on one spark cometh a great fire, and one deceitful man much blood. And sinful man lieth in wait for blood. Take heed to thyself of the mischievous man, for he worketh evils, lest he bring upon the reproach forever. Receive a stranger in, and he shall overthrow thee with the whirlwind, and shall turn thee out of thy own. If thou do good, know to whom thou dost it, and there shall be much thanks for thy good deeds. Do good to the just, and thou shalt find good recompense, and if not of him, assuredly of the Lord. For there is no good for him that is always occupied in evil, and that giveth no alms. For the highest hateth sinners, and hath mercy on the penitent. Give to the merciful, and uphold not the sinner. God will repay vengeance to the ungodly and the sinners, and keep them against the day of vengeance. Give to the good, and receive not the sinner. Do not, or do good to the humble, and give not to the ungodly. Hold back thy bread, and give it not to them, lest thereby be overmaster thee. For them thou shalt receive twice as much evil for evil. Good thou shalt leave done unto them. For the highest also hateth sinners, and shall repay vengeance to the ungodly. A friend shall not be known in the prosperity, and an enemy shall not be hidden in adversity. In the prosperity of man his enemies are grieved, and a friend is known as adversity. Never trust thy enemy, for as thy brass pot his wickedness rusteth. Though he humble himself and go uh, crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him, and set him not by thee, neither let him set on the right hand, lest he be turned to thy place, and seek to take thy seat, and at last thou acknowledge my words, and pricked with thy sayings. Who will pity the enchanter struck by the serpents, or if any one that come near wild beasts? So it is with him that keepeth company with a wicked man, and is involved in his sins. For in the hour will abideth with thee, but if thou begin to decline, he will not endure it. An enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips, but his heart he lieth in wait to throw thee into the pit. An enemy weepeth with his eyes, but if he find an opportunity, he will not be satisfied with blood. And if the enemy comes upon thee, thou shalt find him there first. An enemy hath tears in his eyes, whilst he pretendeth to help thee, will undermine thy feet. And he will shake his head, and clap his hands, and whisper much, and change his countenance. And he that toucheth pitch shall be defiled with it, and he that hath fellowship with the proud shall put on pride, and he shall take a burden upon him that hath fellowship with one more honorable than himself, and have no fellowship with one that is richer than thyself. What agreement shall the earthen pot have with the kettle? For if they knock one against another, it shall be broken. The rich man hath done wrong, and yet he will fume. But the poor is wronged, and must hold his peace. If thou give, he will make use of thee. If thou have nothing, he will forsake thee. If thou have anything, he will live with thee. It will make thee bare, and he will not be sorry for thee. If he have not need of thee, he will deceive thee, and smiling upon thee will put thee in hope, and he will speak for thee fair, and will say, What wantest thou? And he will shame thee by his meats till till he have drawn thee dry twice or thrice. And at last he will laugh at thee, and afterwards, when he seeth thee, he will forsake thee, and shake his head at thee. Humble thyself to God, and wait for thy hands. Beware that thou art beware that thou be not deceived into folly, and be humbled. But be lowly in thy wisdom, lest being humbled thou be deceived into folly. If thou be invited by one that is mightier, withdraw thyself, for he will invite thee the more. Or be not troublesome to him, lest thou be put back, and keep not far from him, lest thou be forgotten. Affect not to speak with him as an equal, and believe not in many words, for by much talk will shift thee, and smiling will examine thee concerning thy secrets. His cruel mind will lay up thy words, and he will not speak, or he will not spare to do thee hurt, and to cast thee into prison. Take heed to thyself, and attend diligently to do what thou uh, hearest, for they walkest in the danger of thy ruin. When thou hearest one of these things, see as were in sleep, and thou shalt awake. Love God all thy life, and call upon him for thy salvation. For every beast that loveth its like, so also every man that is nearest to himself. All flesh shall consort with thee like to itself, and every man shall associate himself to the like. If the wolf shall be at times have fellowship with the lamb, so the sinner with the just. What fellowship hath a holy man with a dog? Or what part hath a rich man with the poor? A wild ass is a lion's prey in the desert, so also the poor are devoured by the rich. As humility is an abomination to the proud, so also the rich man abhorreth the poor. And a rich man is shaken, he is kept up by his friends. But when a poor man is fallen down, he is thrusted away, even by his acquaintance. When a rich man hath been deceived, he hath many helpers. He hath spoken proud things, and they have justified him. The poor man was deceived, and he is rebuked also, and hath spoken wisely, and could have no place. The rich man spoke, and all held their peace, and what he said they extolled, even to the clouds. The poor man spoke, and they say, Who is this? And if he stumble, they will overthrow him. Riches are good to him, and it hath no sin in his conscience, and poverty is at the very wicked, the mouth of the ungodly, and the heart of the man changeth his countenance, either for good or for evil. The token of the good heart and the good countenance thou shalt hardly find, and with labor. Blessed is he The man that hath not slipped by the word of his mouth, and not pricked the remorse of his sin. Happy is the man that hath no sadness of his mind, who is not fallen from his hope. Riches are not comely for the covetous man, and the niggard what should be envious man to do gold with gold. He that hath gathered together by wronged his own soul, gathered for others, and another will squander away his goods in rioting. He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good? And he shall not take pleasure in his goods. There is none worse than he that envieth himself, and this is the reward of his wickedness. And if he do good, he doth it ignorantly and unwillingly, and at last he discovereth his wickedness. The eye of the envious is wicked, and he turneth away his face, and despiseth his own soul. And the eye of the covetous man is insatiable. In the portion of his iniquity he will not be satisfied till he consume his own soul, drying it up. An evil eye is towards evil things, and he shall not have his fill of bread, but shall be needy and pensive at his own table. My son, if thou have anything, do good to thyself, and offer to God worthy offerings. Remember that death is not slow, and that the covenant of hell hath been shown to thee, and the covenant of the world shall surely die. Do good to thy friend before thou die, according to thy ability. Stretcheth out thy hand, give to the poor. Defraud not thyself to the good day, and let not the part of thy good gift overpass thee. Shall not thou leave to others the divides of lots by sorrows and labors? Give and take, and justify thy soul. Before thy death work justice, for in hell there is no finding food. All flesh shall fade as grass, and as a leaf, and springeth out of the green tree. Some grow, and some fall off. So the generation of the flesh and the blood. One cometh to an end, the other is born. Every work is corruptible shall fail, and in the end the worker thereof shall go with it. And every excellent work shall be justified, and the worker thereof shall be honored therein. Blessed is the man that shall continue in wisdom, and that shall meditate in his justice, and his mind shall think of all the all-seeing eye of God. He that considereth her ways in his heart, and hath understanding in her secrets, who goeth after her as one that traceth and saith in her ways. He that looketh in her windows, and hearkeneth at her door. He that lodgeth near her house, and fastening a pen in her walls, shall set up his tent, and upon her where good things shall rest, in his lodging forever. He shall set his children under her feet, and under her shelter, and shall lodge under her branches. He shall be protected under her covering from the heat, and shall rest in her glory. And he that feareth God will do good, and he will possess justice, and shall lay hold on her. and she will meet him on the honorable mother, and will receive him as a wife married of a virgin. With the bread of life and understanding, she freed him, and give him the water of the wholesome wisdom to drink, and she shall be made strong in him, and he shall not be moved, and shall move, and shall hold him fast. He shall be confounded. She shall not be confounded. He shall not be confounded. And she shall be exalted him amongst his neighbors. And in the midst of the church she opened his mouth, and shall fill him with the spirit of wisdom and understanding, and shall clothe him with a robe of glory. She shall heap upon him the treasure of joy and gladness, and shall cause him to inherit an everlasting name. But the foolish man shall not obtain her, and the wise man shall meet her. Foolish men shall not meet her, for she is far from pride and deceit. Lying men shall not be mindful of her, but men that speak truth that shall found her with her, and shall advance even till that come to the sight of God. Praise is not seemly in the mouth of the sinner, for this wisdom come forth from God. For praise shall be with the wisdom of God, and shall abound in the faithful mouth, and the sovereign Lord will give praise unto it. Say not, it is through God that she is not with me. For do not thou the things that he hateth. Say not, he hath caused me to err, for he hath no need of a wicked man. The Lord hateth all abomination of error, and they that fear him shall not love it. God made man from the beginning, and left him in the hand of his own counsel. And he added the commandments and the precepts. And if thou wilt keep the commandments and perform acceptable fidelity forever, they shall preserve thee. He that set water and fire before thee, stretch forth thy hand to which thou wilt. Before man is life and death, good and evil. That which he shall choose shall be given him. For the wisdom of God is great, and he is strong in power, seeing all men without ceasing. The eyes of the Lord are towards them that fear him, and knowing all the works of men. He that commandeth no man to do wickedly, he hath given no man license to sin. For he desireth not the multitude of the faithless, and the unprofitable children. Rejoice not in the ungodly children, if they be multiplied, neither be delighted in them, if the fear of God be not with them. Trust not in their life, and respect not their labors. For better is one that feareth God than 1,000 ungodly children, and it is better to die without children than to leave ungodly children. By one that is wise in the country shall be inhabited, and the tribe of the ungodly shall become desolate. Many such things hath my eyes seen, and the greater things than these my ear hath heard. In the congregation of the sinners a fire shall be kindled, and the unbelieving nation wrath shall flame out. And the ancient giants did not obtain pardon for their sins, who destroyed, trusting in their own strength. And he spared not the place where Lot sojourned, but abhorred them for their pride and their word. He had not pity on them, destroying the whole nation and extolling themselves in their sins. That extol themselves in their sins. And so did he that 600,000 footmen who were gathered together in the hardness of the heart, and one had been stiff-necked. It is a wonder if he had escaped unpunished. For mercy and wrath are with him. He is mighty to forgive and to pour out indignation. According to his mercy is so the correction judgeth the man according to his works. The sinner shall not escape his repines, and the patience of him that showeth mercy shall not be put off. All mercy shall make a place for every man according to the merit of his works, and according to the wisdom of his sojournment. Say not, I shall be hidden from God, and who shall remember me from on high? In such a multitude I will not be known for what is in my soul, and such a immersed creation. Behold heaven, and the heavens of heavens, the deep, and of all the earth, and of the things that are in them, shall be moved in the sight. The mountains also, and the hills, and the foundations of the earth, whom God shall look upon them, and they that shall be shaken with trembling. And of all the things the heart is the senseless, and every heart is understood by him. In his ways who shall be understand? The storm which no eye of man shall see. For many of his works are hidden, but the works of the justice who shall declare, and who shall endure? For the testament is far from the same, an examination of all that is in the end. He that wanteth understanding thinketh vain things, and is foolish, an erring man thinking foolish things. Hearken to me, my son, and learn the discipline of understanding, and attend to my words of thy heart, and I will show forth good doctrine and equity, and will seek to declare wisdom, and attend to my words of thy heart, whilst with equity of spirit I tell thee the virtues that God hath put upon his works from the beginning, and I will show forth the truth in his knowledge. The works of God are done in judgments from the beginning, and from the making of them that distinguish their parts, and their beginning, and their generations. He beautified their works forever, and they have neither hungered nor labored, and they have not ceased from their works, nor shall any of them straiten his neighbor at any time. Be not thou incredulous in his word. After this, God looked upon the earth and filled it with his goods. The soul of every living thing hath shone forth before the face thereof, and unto it they shall return again. God created man of the earth, and made him after his own image, and he turned him into the again, clothed him with a strength according to himself. He gave him the number of the days and the time, gave him the power over all things that are upon the earth, and he put the fear of him upon all the flesh, and he had dominion over all the beasts and the fowls. He created them a helpmate like himself, and he gave them a counsel, and a tongue, and eyes, and ears, and a heart to devise, and he filled them with the knowledge and understanding. He created in them the science of the Spirit, And he filled their hearts with wisdom, and showed them both good and evil. He set his eye upon their hearts, and showed them the greatness of his works, that they might praise the name which he hath sanctified, and to glory in his wondrous acts, that they might declare the glorious things in his works. Moreover, he gave them instructions and the law of life for an inheritance. He made an everlasting covenant with them, and he showed them his justice and judgments. And their eyes saw the majesty of the glory, and their ears heard his glorious voice. And he said to them, Beware of all iniquity. And he gave to every one of them a commandment concerning his neighbor. Their ways are always before him. They are not hidden from his eyes. Over every nation he has set a ruler. Israel was made manifest portion of God, and all their works are as the sun. In the sight of God, and his eyes are continually upon their ways. Their covenants were not hid by their iniquity, and all their iniquities are in the sight of God. The alms of a man is as a signet with him, and shall preserve the grace of a man as the apple of the eye. And afterwards he shall rise up, and shall render them their reward to every one according to their own head, and shall turn them down into the bowels of the earth. But the penitent he hath given the way of justice, and hath strengthened them that were fainting in patience, and hath appointed to them that blot of the truth. Turn to the Lord, and forsake thy sins, and make thy prayer before the face of the Lord, and offend the less. Return to the Lord, and turn away from thy injustice, and greatly hate abomination. And know the justices and judgments of God, and stand firm in the lot set before thee in the prayer in the Most High God. Go to the side of the holy age with them that live, and give praise to God. Tarry not in the error of the ungodly. Give glory before death. Praise perisheth from the dead as nothing. Give thanks whilst thou art living, whilst thou art alive. In health thou shalt give thanks, and shalt praise God, and shalt glory in his mercies. How great is the mercy of the Lord, and his forgiveness to them that turn to him. For all things cannot be in men, because the Son of Man is not immortal. And they that are delighted with the vanity of evil, what is brighter than the sun yet shall be eclipsed? Or what is more wicked than that which flesh and blood hath invented? This shall be reproved. He that beholdeth the power of the height of heaven, and of all men are earth and ashes. He that liveth for ever created all things together. God only shall be justified, and he remaineth an invincible king forever. Who is able to declare his works? For who shall search out his glorious acts? Who shall show forth the power of his majesty? Or who shall be able to declare his mercy? Nothing may be taken away nor added, neither is it possible to find out the glorious works of God. When a man hath done, then shall he begin, and when he leaveth him off, he shall be at loss. What is a man, and what is his grace? And what is his good? And what is his evil? The number of the days of men at the most are 100 years. As a drop of water in the sea, they are esteemed, and as a pebble in the sand are so few years compared to eternity. Therefore God is patient in them, and poureth forth his mercy upon them. And he hath seen the presumption of their hearts, and that is wicked, and hath known their end, that is evil. Therefore hath he filled up his mercy to their favor, and hath shown them the way of justice. Compassion of man is toward his neighbor, but the mercy of God is upon all flesh. He hath mercy, and teacheth, and correcteth, as a shepherd doth his flock. He hath mercy on him that receiveth him in the discipline of mercy, and that maketh haste in his judgments. My son, in thy good deeds make no complaint, and when thou givest my thing, add not grief by an evil word. Shall not the dew assuage the heat? So also the good word is better than the gift. Lo, it is not a word better than a gift, but both are with a justified man. A fool will upbraid bitterly, and a gift of one ill taught consumeth the eyes. Before the judgment prepare thee justice, and learn before thou speak. Before sickness taketh the medicine, and before the judgment examine thyself, and thou shalt find mercy in the sight of thy God. Humble thyself before thou art sick, and the time of the sickness show thy conversation. Let nothing hinder thee from praying always, and be not afraid to justify even to death, for the reward of God continueth forever. Before prayer, prepare thy soul, and be not as a man that tempteth God. Remember the wrath that shall be at the last day, and the time of repaying, when he shall turn away his face. Remember poverty in the time of the abundance, and all necessities, poverty in the day of riches. From the morning till the evening, the time shall be exchanged, and all the things are swift in the eyes of God. A wise man will fear in everything, and the days of the sin will be aware of sloth. Every man of understanding, knowledge, wisdom, he will give praise to him that findeth her. They that were good of understanding in the words have done wisely themselves, understood the truth and justice, and have poured forth proverbs and judgments. Go not after thy lusts, but turn away from thy own will. If thou give to thy soul in her desires, she will make thee a joy to thy enemies. Take no pleasure in the riotous assemblies, be they ever so small, for their concertation is continual. Make not thyself poor by borrowing to contribute to the feast, when thou hast nothing in thy purse, for thou shalt be an enemy in thy own life. A workman that is a drunkard shall not be rich, and he that is a contempleth small things shall fall by little by little. Wine and women make wise men fall off, and shall rebuke the prudence. And he that joineth himself to the harlots will be wicked. Rottenness and the worms shall inherit him, and he shall be lifted up for the greater example, and his soul shall be taken up, or taken away out of the number. He that is hasty to give credit is light of heart, and shall be lessened. And he that sinneth against his own soul shall be despised, and he that rejoiceth in the iniquity shall be censured. And he that hateth chastisement shall have less life, and he that hateth babbling extinguisheth evil. And he that sinneth against his own soul shall repent, and he that delighteth in the wickedness shall be condemned. Rehearse not again a wicked and harsh word, and thou shalt not fare the worst. Tell not thy mind to friend or foe. If there be a sin with thee, disclose it not. For if he hearken to thee and will watch thee, and as it were defending thy sin, he will hate thee, and so will he be with thee always. Haste thou heard a word against thy neighbor, let it die within thee, trusting that it will not burst thee. And at hearing the word, the fool is travail, as a woman groaning in the bringing forth a child. As an arrow that strucketh in the man's thigh, so it is a word that the heart of a fool. Reprove a friend, lest he may not have understood, and say, I did it not, or if I did, that he may do no more. Reprove thy neighbor, for it may be he hath not said it, and he hath said it, that he may not say it again. Admonish thy friend, for there is often a fault committed. Believe not every word. There is one that slippeth with the tongue, but not from his heart. For who there is that hath not offended with his tongue? Admonish thy neighbor before thou threaten him, and give place to the fear of the Most High. For the fear of God is the wisdom, and therein is to fear God. And the disposition of the law is all wisdom. But learning the wickedness is not wisdom, and devise of the sinners is not prudence. There is a subtle wickedness, and the same is detestable, and there is a man that is foolish, wanting in wisdom. Better is a man that hath less wisdom, and wanteth understanding with the fear of God, than that he that aboundeth to understanding, that transgresseth the law of the Most High. There is an exquisite subtlety, and the same is unjust. And there is one that uttereth an exact word, telling the truth. There is one that humbleth himself wickedly, and his interior is full of deceits. And there is one that submitteth himself exceedingly with great lowliness, and there is one that casteth down his countenance, and make us as if he did not see that was unknown. And if he be hindered from sinning for want of power, it shall be find opportunity to do evil, he will do it. A man is known by his look, And a wise man, when thou meetest him, is known by his countenance. The attire of the body, and the laughter of the teeth, and the gait of the man show what he is. There is a lying rebuke in the anger of an injurious man, and there is judgment that is not allowed to be good. And there is no one that holdeth his peace. He is wise. How much better is it to reprove than to be angry, not to hinder him that confesseth in prayer. The lust of a eunuch shall be deflower a young maiden, so that he that by violence executeth unjust judgment. How good is it when thou art reproved, and show repentance, for so thou shalt escape wilful sin. There is one that holdeth his peace, that is found wise, and there is another that is hateful, that is bold in speech. There is one that holdeth his peace, because he knoweth that not what to say, and there is another that holdeth his peace, knowing the proper time. A wise man will hold his peace until he see an opportunity, but a babbler and a fool will regard no time. And he shall useth many words, shall hurt his own soul, and he shall taketh authority to himself unjustly, shall be hated. There is a success in evil things to be man without discipline, and there is a finding that turneth to loss. There is a gift that is not profitable, and there is a gift that is a recompense of which is double. There is a abasement because of the glory, and there is one that shall lift up his head from the low estate. There is that buyeth much for much small price, and restoreth the same sevenfold. And a man wise in words shall make himself beloved in the graces of fools, and shall be poured out. And the gift of the fool shall be or shall do thee no good, for his eyes are sevenfold. He will give a few things, and will upbraid much, and the opening of his mouth is a kindling of a fire. To the day a man lendeth, and the morrow he asketh again, and such a man as this is hateful. A fool shall have no friend, and there shall be no thanks for the good deeds. For they that eat his bread are of the false tongue. How often and how many will laugh him to scorn? For he doth not distribute with right understanding, in which was he had head, and the manner is also which was not to his head to be had. The slipping of the false tongue is one that falleth on the pavement, so the fall of the wicked shall come speedily. A man without grace is as a vain fable. It shall be continually in the mouth of the unwise. A parable coming out of the fool's mouth shall be rejected, for doth not speak it in due season. There is one that hungereth, there is that is hindered from the sinning through want. In his rest he shall be pricked. There is that destroy his own soul through the shamefacedness, and by the occasion of sin, by the occasion of unwise person, he will destroy it. And by respect of the person, he will destroy himself. There is that the brashfulness promised to his friend, and maketh him his enemy for nothing. A lie is a foul blot in it to a man, and yet it will be continually in the mouth of men without discipline. A thief is better than a man that is always lying, but both of them shall inherit destruction. The manner of the lying men are without honor, and their confession is with them without ceasing. A wise man shall advance himself with the words, and the prudent man shall please the great ones. He that tilleth his land shall make a high heap of corn. He that worketh justice shall be exalted, and he that pleaseth great men shall escape iniquity. Presents and gifts blind the eyes of the judges, and make them dumb in the mouth, so that they cannot correct. Wisdom that is hid, and treasure that is not seen. What profit is there in them both? Better is it that he hideth his folly, than the man that hideth his wisdom. My son, thou hast sinned. Do so no more. But for thy former sins also pray that they may be forgiven thee. Flee from the sins as from the face of a serpent. For if thou comest near them, they will take hold of thee. The tenth thereof are the tenth of the lion, the killing of the souls of men. All iniquity is like a two-edged sword. There is no remedy for the wound thereof. Injuries and wrongs still will waste riches, and the house that is very rich shall be brought to nothing by pride. So the substance of the proud shall be rooted out. The prayer out of the mouth of the poor shall reach the ears of God, and the judgment shall come up for him speedily. He that hateth to be reproved walketh in the trace of a sinner, and he that feareth God will turn to his own heart. He that is mighty by a bold tongue is known afar off, but a wise man knoweth to slip by him. He that buildeth his house at men's charges is as he gathereth himself stones to build in the winter. The congregation of the sinners is like the two heaped together, and the end of them is a flame of fire. The way of sinners is made plain, and the stones, and their end is hell, and darkness and pains. And he that keepeth justice shall get the understanding thereof, and the perfection of the fear of God is wisdom and understanding. He that is not wise and good will not be taught, but there is a wisdom that aboundeth in evil, and there is no understanding where there is bitterness. The knowledge of a wise man shall abound like a flood, and his counsel continueth like a fountain of life. And the heart of the fool is like a broken vessel, and no wisdom at all shall behold. A man of sense will praise every wise word he shall hear, and will apply it to himself. The luxurious man hath heard it, and shall displease him, and he shall cast it beside his neck. And talking of the fool is like a burden in the way, but in the lips of the wise grace shall be found. The mouth of the prudent is sought after the church, and they that think upon the words in their hearts as the house that destroys, so the wisdom is to a fool, and the knowledge of the unwise is as the words without sense. Doctrine to a fool as the fetters on the feet, and like the manacles of the right hand. A fool lifted up his voice in laughter, but a wise man will scarce laugh low to himself. Learning to the prudent is as an ornament of gold, and like a bracelet upon his right arm. The foot of a fool is soon in his neighbor's house, but the man of experience will be banished at the person of the Almighty. A fool will peep through the window into the house, but he that is well taught will stand without. It is the folly of a man to hearken at the door of a wise man will be grieved with grace. This will be grieved with disgrace. The lips of the unwise will be telling foolish things, but the words of the wise shall be weighed in a balance. A heart of fools is in their mouth, and their mouth of wise men is in their heart. While the ungodly curses the devil, he curses his own soul. And the table-bearer shall defile his own soul, and shall be hated by all, and that he shall abide with him shall be hateful and silent, and the wise man shall be honored. The sluggard is pelleted with the dirty stone, and all men will speak of his disgrace. The sluggard is pelleted with the dung of the oxen, and every one that touches him will shake his hands. An ill son taught is the confusion of the father, and a foolish daughter shall be in his loss. The wise daughter shall bring an inheritance to her father, but she that confoundeth becometh a disgrace to her father. She that is bold shameth both her father and husband, and will not be inferior to the ungodly, and shall be disgraced by them both. A tale of time is like music in the morning, but the stripes and the instruments of the wisdom are never out of time. He that toucheth the fool is like one that glueth a potsherd together. He that telleth a word to him that heareth not is like one that walketh a man out of a deep sleep. He speaketh with one that is asleep, who uttereth wisdom to a fool, and the anguish he hath, who is this? Weep for the dead, for his life failed, and weep for the fool, for the understanding faileth. But a little for the dead, for he is at rest. For the wicked life of a wicked fool is worse than death. In the morning the dead is 7 days. But for a fool and ungodly man all the days for their life. Talk not much with a fool, and go not with him that hath no sense, keeping thyself with him, and thou mayest not have trouble, and thou shalt not be defiled with their sin. Turn away from him, and thou shalt find rest, and shalt not be wearied out with his folly. What is heavier than lead, and what other name hath he but fool? Sand and salts, and the mass of iron is easier to bear than a man without sense, that is both foolish and wicked. A frame of the wood bound together in the foundation of the building shall not be loosened, so neither shall the heart that is established by advised counsel. The thought of him that is wise at times shall not be deprived by fear. At pails set in high places, and plastering made without cost, will not stand against the face of the wind. So also the fearful heart in the imagination of a fool shall not resist against the violence of fear. And a fearful heart in the thought of a fool is at all times not without fear. So neither shall he that continueth always in the commandments of God. He that pricketh the eye bringeth out tears, and he that pricketh the heart bringeth forth resentment. He that flingeth a stone at the birds shall drive them away, so that he that upbraideth his friends breaketh friendship. Although thou hast drawn a sword at a friend, despair not, for there may be a returning to a friend. If thou hast opened a sad mouth, fear not, for there may be a reconciliation. Except upbraiding and of reproach, and pride and disclosing of secrets, or treacherous wound. For all these causes a friend will flee away. Keep fidelity with a friend in his poverty, that is, prosperity also thou mayest rejoice. In the time of trouble continue faithful to him, and thou mayest also be heir with him in his inheritance. At the vapor of his chimney, and the smoke of the fire goeth up before the fire, so also injurious words and reproaches and threats before the blood. I will not be ashamed to salute a friend, neither will I hide myself from his face. And if any evil happen to me by him, I will hear him. I'll bear it. But everyone that shall hear it, will beware of him. Who will not set a guard before my mouth, and a sure seal upon my lips, that I will not fall by them, and that my tongue destroyeth me not. O Lord, Father, and sovereign ruler of my life, leave me not to their counsel, nor suffer me to fall by them. Who will set scourges over my thoughts, and discipline of wisdom over my heart, that they spare me not in their ignorances, and that their own sins may not appear, lest my ignorances increase, and my offenses be multiplied, and my sins abound, and I fall before my adversaries, and my enemy rejoices over me. O Lord, Father, the God of my life, leave me not to their devices. Give me not the haughtiness of my eyes, and turn away from me all coveting. Take from me the greediness of the belly, and let not the lust of the flesh take hold of me, and give me not over to the shameless and foolish mind. Hear, O ye children, and the discipline of the mouth, and he that shall keep it shall not perish by his lips, nor be brought to the fall into the most wicked works. A sinner is caught in his own vanity, and the proud and the evil speakers shall fall thereby. Let not thy mouth be accustomed by swearing, for there are many holes. And let not the naming of God be unusual in thy mouth, and the meddle not with the names of saints, for thou shalt not escape free from them. As the slave daily puts the question, is never without the blue mark, so everyone that sweareth and nameth shall not be wholly pure from sin. A man that sweareth much shall be filled with iniquity, and a scourge shall not depart from his house. And if a man make void, the sin shall be upon him, and if he dissemble it, he offendeth double. And if he swear in vain, he shall not be justified, for his house shall be defiled with punishment. There is also another speech opposite to death. Let it not be found in the inheritance of Jacob. For From the merciful all these things shall be taken away, and they shall not wallow in sins. Let not thy mouth be accustomed to indiscreet speech, for therein is the word of sin. Remember thy father and thy mother, and thou sittest in the midst of great men, lest God forget thee in their sight, and thou by their daily custom uh, and infatuated, and suffer reproach, and wish that thou hadst not been born, and curse the day of thy nativity. And the name that is accustomed to thee will never be corrected all the days of his life. Two sorts of men multiply sins, and the third bringeth wrath and destruction. A hot soul is a burning fire, it will never be quenched till it devours something. And a man that is wicked in the mouth of his flesh will not leave off till he hath kindled a fire. To a man that is a fornicator, all the bread is sweet, and he will not be weary of sinning until the end. Every man that passeth beyond his own bed, despising his own soul, and saying, Who seeth me? Darkness compasses me about, and the walls come over, and no man seeth me. Whom did I fear? The Most High will not remember my sins. And he understandeth not that his eye seeth all things. For such a man's father fear driveth from him the fear of God, and the eyes of men fearing him. And he knoweth not the eyes of the Lord are far brighter than the sun, beholding round about all the ways of men, and the bottom of the deep, and looking into the hearts of men, and to the most hidden parts. For all the things were known to the Lord God before they were created, so also after they were perfected. He in the streets of his city, and he that shall be chased as a colt, where he has suspected not, he shall be taken, and he shall be in disgrace with all his men, because he understood not the fear of the Lord. So every woman also that leaveth her husband and bringeth in an heir by another, for the first she hath been unfaithful to the law of the Most High, and secondly she hath offended her husband, thirdly she hath fornicated in adultery, and hath gotten her children of another man. This woman shall be brought into the assembly, and the inquisition shall be made of her children. Her children shall not take root, and her branches shall not bring no fruit. She shall leave her memory to be cursed in her infancy, and for infamy shall not be blotted out. And they that remain shall know that there is nothing better that fear of God. Then there is nothing better than the fear of God, and there is nothing sweeter than to have regard to the commandments of the Lord. It is great glory to follow the Lord, for the length of days shall be received from him. Wisdom shall praise her own self, and shall be honored in God, and shall glory in the midst of her people, and shall open her mouth in the churches of the Most High, and shall glorify herself in the sight of the power in the midst of her own people. She shall be exalted, and shall be admired in the holy assembly. In the multitude of the elect she shall uh, have praise, and amongst the blessed she shall be blessed, saying, I came out of the mouth of the Most High, the firstborn before all creatures. I made that the heavens there should rise light, and never faileth. As a cloud I covereth all the earth. I dwelt in the highest places, My throne is the pillar of a cloud. I alone have compassed the circuit of heaven, and have penetrated into the bottom of the deep, and have walked in the waves of the sea, and have stood in all the earth, and every people, in every nation I have had the chief rule, and by my power I have trodden under my feet the hearts of all the high and low. In all these things I have sought rest, and shall abide in the inheritance of the Lord. Then the Creator of all things commanded and said to me, and he that madeth me rest in my tabernacle. And he said to me, let my dwelling be in Jacob, and my inheritance in Israel, and take root in my elect. From the beginning and before the world was I created, and unto the world to come I shall not cease to be, and the holy dwelling place I have ministered before him. And so was I established in Zion, and the holy city likewise. I rested, my power was in Jerusalem. And I took root in the honorable people, and the portion of my God, his inheritance, and my abode in the full assembly of the saints. I was exalted by the cedar and Lebanus, and my cypress tree at the mount of Zion. I was exalted like the palm tree and the Cadiz, and as a rose of plants in the Jericho, as a fair olive tree in the plains, and the plane tree by the water in the streets was I exalted. I gave a sweet smell like cinnamon, and the aromatical palm, and I yielded a sweet odor like the best myrrh. And I preferred, and I was perfumed my dwelling as storax and galbanium and oxen and aloes and the frankincense, not cut, and my odor is as the purest palm. I have stretched out my branches as the turpentine tree, and my branches are of honor and grace. As the vine, I have brought forth a pleasant odor. My flowers are the fruit of honor and riches. I am the mother of the fair love, and fear, and the knowledge of the holy hope. In me are all graces of the way and of the truth, and in me is all the hope of life and the virtue. Come over to me, all ye that desire me, and be filled with my fruits. For my spirit is sweet above honey, and my inheritance above honey and the honeycomb. My memory is unto everlasting generations. They that eat me shall yet hunger, and they that shall drink me shall yet thirst. He that hearkeneth to me shall not be confounded, and they that work by me shall not sin. They that explain me shall have life everlasting. All these things are the book of life, and the covenant of the Most High, and the knowledge of truth. Moses commanded a law to be the precepts of justices, and the inheritance to the house of Jacob, and the promises of Israel. He appointed David his servant to raise him up a most mighty king, and sitting on the throne of glory forever, who filled up the wisdom of the Philistine, and as the Tigris, as in the days of the new fruits, who maketh understanding to abound as the Euphrates, who multiplieth it as of the Jordan at the time of the harvest, who sendeth knowledge as the light, and riseth up to the Gihon in the time of the vintage, who first hath perfect knowledge of her, and weaker shall not search her out. Fill her thoughts are more vast than the sun or than the sea, and her counsels more deep than the great ocean. I, wisdom, have poured out rivers. I, like a brook out of the river of the mighty water. I, like the channel of a river, like a aqueduct, came out of paradise. I said, I will water my garden of the plants, and I will water abundantly the fruits of my meadow. And behold, my brook became a great river, and my river came near to my sea. For I make doctrine to shine forth to all the morning lights, and I will declare it afar off. I will penetrate to all the lower parts of the earth, and will behold all that sleep, will lighten all that hope in the Lord. I will yet pour out doctrine as prophecy, and I will leave it to them that seek wisdom, and will not cease to instruct their offspring, even to the holy age. See ye that I have not labored for myself only, for all that seek out the truth. With three things my spirit is pleased, which are approved before God and men: the concord of brethren, and the love of neighbors, and the man and wife that agree well together. Three sorts of my soul hateth, and I am greatly grieved at their life: a poor man that is proud, a rich man that is a liar, an old man that is a fool and doting. And the things that thou hast not gathered in thy youth, how shalt thou find them in thy old age? O comely is the judgment for the grey head, and the ancients to know counsel. Oh, how comely is wisdom for the aged, and understanding of the counsel to the men of honor. Much experience is the crown of old men, and the fear of God is their glory. 9 things that are not to be imagined by the heart have I manifested, and the 10th I will utter to men with my tongue. A man that hath joy of his children, and he that liveth and seeth the fall of his enemies. Blessed is he that dwelleth with a wise woman, and that hath not slipped with his tongue, and hath not served such as are unworthy of him. Blessed is he that findeth a true friend, and declareth justice to the ear that heareth. How great is he that findeth wisdom and knowledge! But there is none above him that feareth the Lord. The fear of God hath set itself above all things. And blessed is the man to whom it shall be given to him to have fear of God. He that holdeth it, to whom shall he be likened? The fear of God is the beginning of his love, and the beginning of faith is to be fast joining unto it. The sadness of the heart is every plague, and the wickedness of a woman is all evil. And a man will choose any plague but the plague of the heart, and any weakness and the wickedness of a woman, and any affliction but the affliction from them that hate him, and any revenge but the revenge of enemies. There is no head worse than the head of servants. There is no anger above the anger of a woman. It will be more agreeable to abide with the lion and the dragon than to dwell with the wicked woman. The wickedness of a woman changeth her face, and she darkeneth her countenance as a bear, and showeth it like a sackcloth in the midst of her neighbors. Her husband groaneth and heareth. He sighed a little. All malice is short to the malice of a woman. Let the lot of the sinners fall upon her, and climbing of the sandy way is to the feet of the aged. So is the wife full of the tongue to be quiet man. Look out upon the woman's beauty, and desire not the woman for beauty. A woman's anger and and impudence and confusion is great. A woman is, if she have superiority, is contrary to her husband. A wicked woman abideth in courage, and maketh a heavy countenance, and the wounded heart, feeble hands, and disjointed knees. A woman that doth not make her husband happy. From the woman cometh the beginning of sin, and by her we all die. Give no issue by thy water, no, not the little, nor to the wicked woman. Liberty to the gad abroad. If she walk not by thy hand, she will confound thee in the sight of thy enemies. Cut her off from thy flesh, lest she always abuse thee. Happy is the husband of a good wife, for the number of his years is double. A virtuous woman rejoices her husband, and shall fulfill the years of the life in peace. A good wife is the good portion. She shall be given the portion of them that fear God. To a man for his good deeds, rich or poor, if his heart is good, his countenance shall be cheerful at all times. Of the three things my heart hath been afraid, and at the fourth my face hath trembled. The accusation of a city, and this gathering together of the people, and a false calamity, all are more grievous than death. A jealous woman is the grief in the mourning of his heart. With a jealous woman is a scourge of the tongue, with communication with all, as the yoke of the oxen, and is moved to and fro. So also is a wicked woman. He that hath a hold of her is as he had taken hold of the scorpion. The drunken woman is the great wrath, and her reproach and the shame shall not be hid. The fornication of a woman shall be known by the haughtiness of her eyes, and by her eyelids. O, on a daughter that turneth not away herself, set a strict watch, lest finding an opportunity she abuse herself. Take heed at the impudence of her eyes, and wonder not if she slight thee. She will open her mouth as thirsty traveller to the fountain, and will drink of every water near her, and will sit down by every bridge, and open her quiver against every arrow, until she fail. And the grace of the diligent woman shall delight her husband, and shall fat his bones. Her discipline is the gift of God. Such is a wise and silent woman, and there is nothing so much worth as the well-instructed soul. A holy and shamefaced woman is a grace upon grace, and no price is worthy of a contented soul. And as the sun, when it riseth it to the world and the high places of God, so is the beauty of a good woman for the ornament of her house. And as the lamp shining upon the holy candlestick, so is the beauty of the face in the ripe age. As golden pillars upon the bases of silver, so are the firm sheet upon the soles of the steady woman, and everlasting foundations upon a solid rock, so the commandments of God in the heart of a holy woman. At two things my heart is aggrieved, and the third bringeth anger upon me. A man of war fainting through poverty, and a man of sense despised. And he that passes over from justice to sin, God hath prepared such a one for the sword. Two sorts of calling have appeared to me hard and dangerous. A merchant is hardly free from negligence, and the huckster shall not be justified from the sins of the lips. Through poverty many have sinned, and have seeked to be enriched, turned away his eye. As the stake striketh fast in the midst of the joining of the stones, so also in the midst of the selling and buying, sin shall stick fast. Sin shall be destroyed with the sinner, unless thou hold thyself diligently in the fear of the Lord. Thy house shall be quickly overthrown, and when one sifteth with the sheave, the dust will remain. We will be so will the perplexity of a man and his thoughts. The furnace trieth the potter's vessels, and the trial of the affliction just men. And the dressing of a tree showeth the fruit thereof. So a word out of the thought of a heart of a man. Praise not a man before the speaketh, for this is the trial of men. If thou followest justice, thou shalt gain her, and shalt put her on as long as a robe of honor, and thou shalt dwell with her, and she shall protect thee forever. In the days of acknowledgment thou shalt find a strong foundation. Birds resort unto their like, so truth will return to them that practice her. The lion always lieth in wait for prey, so do sins for them that work iniquities. A holy man continueth in wisdom as the sun, but a fool is changed as the moon. In the midst of the unwise keep in the word till its time, but continually amongst men that think. The discourse of sinners is hateful, and their laughter is at the pleasures of sin. The speech that sweareth much will make the hair of the head stand upright, and its irreverence shall make one stop his ears. In the quarrels of the proud, and the shedding of the blood, and their cursing is a grievous hearing. He that discloses the secret of a friend loses his credit, and shall never find a friend in his mind. Love thy neighbor, and be joined to him with fidelity. But if thou discover the secrets, follow no more after him. For as a man that destroyeth his friend, so also he that destroyeth the friendship of his neighbor. And the one that letteth the bird go out of his hand, so hast thou let thy neighbor go, and thou hast not let get him again. Follow after him no more, for he is gone afar off. He is fled as a roe, escaped out of the snare, because the soul is wounded. Thou canst no more bind him up, and of the curse there is reconciliation. But to disclose the secrets of the friend leaveth no hope to an unhappy soul. He that winketh with the eye forgetteth the wicked things, and no man will cast him off. In the sight of thy eyes he will sweeten his mouth, and will admire thy words. But at last he will writeth his mouth, and on thy words he will lay a stumbling block. I have hated many things, but not like him, and the Lord will hate him. If one cast a stone on high, it will fall upon his own head, and the deceit's stroke will wound the deceitful. And he that diggeth a pit shall fall into it, and he that sitteth a stone for his neighbor shall be a stumbling upon it, and he that layeth the snare for another shall perish in it, and Machabees' counsel shall be rolled back unto the author, and he shall not know from whence it cameth to him. Mockery and reproach are of the proud, and the vengeance as the lion shall lie in wait for him. And they that shall perish in the snare are the delight with the fall of the just, and the sorrow shall consume them before they die. Anger and fury are both of them abominable, and the sinful man shall be subject to them. He that seeketh the revenge himself shall find vengeance from the Lord, and he that will surely keepeth his sons in remembrance. Forgive thy neighbor if he hath hurt thee, and then shall thy sins be given over thee. And then they shall have thy sins be forgiven when thou prayest. Man to man receiveth anger, and doth he remedy of God. And he that hath no mercy on a man like himself, and doth he entreat for his own sins. He that is but the flesh nourisheth anger, and doth he ask for forgiveness of God? Who shall obtain pardon for his sins? Remember thy last things, and let enmity cease. For corruption and death hang over it in his commandments. Remember the fear of God, and be not angry with thy neighbor. Remember the covenants of the Most High, and overlook the ignorance of thy neighbor. Refrain from strife, and thou shalt diminish thy sins. For a passionate man kindleth strife, and a sinful man will trouble his friends, and bring in debate in the midst of them that are at peace. For at the wood of the forest is the fire burneth, and as the man's strength is, so shall his anger be. According to his riches, he shall increase his anger. A hasty contention kindleth a fire, and a hasty quarrel sheddeth blood. And the tongue that beareth witness bringeth a death. And if thou blow the spark, it shall burn as a fire. And if thou spit upon it, it shall be quenched. Both came out of a mouth. The whisper and the double-tongued is accursed, for he hath troubled many that were at peace. The tongue of the third person hath disquieted many, and scattered them from the nation to nation. And he hath destroyed the strong cities of the rich, and hath overthrown the houses of great men. And it hath cut in pieces the forces of the people, and undone the strong nations. And the tongue of the third persons hath cast out the valiant women, and deprived them of their labors. And he that hearkeneth it to shall never have rest, neither shall he have a friend in whom he may repose. The stroke of the whip maketh a blue mark, but the stroke of the tongue will break the bones. Many have fallen by the edge of the sword, but not so many as have perished by their own tongue. Blessed is he that is defended from the wicked tongue, and hath not passed into the wrath thereof, and hath not drawn the yoke thereof, and hath not been bound in its bands. For if its yoke is a yoke of iron, and its bands are the bands of brass, the death thereof is the most evil death, and hell is preferable to it. Its continuance shall not be for the long time, but shall possess the ways of the unjust, and the unjust shall not be burnt in with its and the just shall not be burnt with its flames. They that forsake God shall fall into it, and it shall burn them, and shall not be quenched, and it shall be spent, and it shall be sent upon them as a lion, as a leopard, it shall tear them. Hedged in thy ears and with thorns, hear not the wicked tongue, and make the doors and the bars to thy mouth. Melt down thy gold and silver, and make balance for thy words, and a just bridle for thy mouth. And take heed, lest thou slip with thy tongue, and fall in the sight of the enemies, who lie in wait for thee, and thy fall is incurable unto death. And he that showeth mercy lendeth his to his neighbor, and he that is stronger in hand keepeth the commandments. Lend to thy neighbor in the time of his need, and pay thou thy neighbor again in due time. Keep thy word and deal faithfully with him, and thou shalt always find that which is necessary for thee. Many have looked upon the thing lent out as found, and have given trouble to them that helped them, till they perceive they kiss the hands of the lender and promises of the humble of their voice. But when they should repay, they will ask and will return tedious and murmuring words, and will complain of the time. And if he be able to pay, he will stand off. He will scarce pay one half, and will count it as if he had found it. But if not, he will defraud him of his money, and he shall get him for an enemy without cause. And he will pay him with reproach and curses instead of honor, and good turn will repay him injuries. Many have refused to lend, not out of wickedness, but they were afraid to be defrauded without cause. But yet towards the poor be thou more hearty, and delay not to show him mercy. Help the poor because the commandments, and help the poor because of the commandments, and send him not away empty-handed because of his poverty. Lose thy money for thy brother and thy friend, and hide it not under the stone to be lost. Place thy treasure in the commandments of the Most High, and it shall bring thee more profit than gold. Shut up the heart of the poor, and it shall obtain help for thee against all evil. Better than the shield of the mighty, and better than the spear, it shall fight for thee against thy enemy. A good man is surely to his neighbor, and he shall hath lost the shame, and will leave him to himself. Forget not the kindness of thy surely, for he hath given his life for thee. The sinner and the unclean fleeth from his surety. A sinner attributeth to himself the goods of the surety, and he that is of an unthankful mind will leave him that delivered him. A man is surety for his neighbor, and when he hath lost his shame, he shall forsake him. Evil suretyship hath undone many of good estate, and hath tossed them as a wave of the sea. It hath made a powerful men to go from place to place round about, and they that have wandered in the strange countries A sinner that transgresses the commandment of the Lord shall fall into an evil suretyship, and he that undertaketh many things shall fall into judgment. Recover thy neighbor according to thy power, and take heed to thyself that thou fall not. The chief thing for a man's life is water and bread and clothing, and the house to overshame. Better is the poor man's fare under a roof of boards than the sumptuous cheer abroad in another man's house. Be contented with little instead of much, and thou shalt not hear the reproach of the going abroad. And if it is miserable life is to go as the guest from house to house, for where a man is a stranger, he shall not deal confidently upon, nor open his mouth. He shall entertain and feed, and give drink to the unthankful, and moreover he shall hear bitter words. Go, stranger, and furnish the table, and give others to eat when thou hast what thou hast in thy hand, and give place to the honorable presence of my friends. For I want my house and my brethren being to be lodged with me. These things are grievous to a man of understanding, of the upbraiding of the house house room, and the reproaching of the lender. He that loveth his son frequently chastiseth him, and that he may rejoice in the latter end, and not grope after the door of the neighbors. He that instructeth his son shall be praised in him, and shall glory in him in the midst of them of the household. He that teacheth his son maketh the enemy jealous, and in the midst of his friends shall glory in him. His father is dead, and as he were not dead, for he hath left one behind that is like himself. While he liveth, he saw and rejoiced in him, and when he had died, he was not sorrowful, and neither was the confound before his enemies. For his life, for he left behind him a defender of his house against the enemies, and one that will recreate kindness to his friends. For the souls of his sons he shall bind up the wounds. At every cry his bowels shall be troubled. A horse not broken becometh stubborn, and a child left to himself will become headstrong. Give thy son his way, and he shall make thee afraid. Play with him, and he shall make thee sorrowful. Laugh not with him, lest thou have sorrow, and at that last thy teeth be set off the edge. Give him not liberty in his youth, and weaken not at his devices. Bow down his neck while he is young, and beat his asides while he is a child, lest he grow stubborn and regard thee not, and so he be sorrowful of heart to thee. Instruct thy son and labor about him, lest he lewd behavior be a offer offense to him. Better is a poor man who is sound and strong constitution than a rich man who is weak and afflicted with evils. Health of the soul is the holiness of justice. It is better than all the gold and silver, and a sound body than the immense revenues. There is no riches above the riches of the health of the body, and there is no pleasure above the joy of the heart. Better is the death than a bitter life, and an everlasting rest than a continual sickness. Good things that are hidden in a mouth that is shut are the measures of meat, such about the grave. What good shall an offering do to an idol? For it can neither eat nor smell. So when he that is persecuted by the Lord, bearing the reward of the iniquity, he seeth his eyes, and groaneth, as the eunuch embracing the virgin, and sighing. Give not up thy soul to the sadness, and afflict not thyself to thy own counsel. The joyfulness of the heart is the life of a man, and never failing treasure in the holiness. And the joy of the man is length of life. And have pity on thy own soul, pleasing God, and contain thyself. Gather up thy heart in his holiness, and drive away the sadness and the fear from thee. For the sadness hath killed many, and there is no profit in it. Envy and anger shorteneth a man's days. Pensiveness will also bring old age before time. Cheerful and good heart is always feasting, for his banquets are prepared with diligence. Watching for the riches consumeth the flesh, and thought thereof driveth away the sleep. The thinking beforehand turneth away the understanding, and the grievous sickness maketh the soul sober. The rich man hath laboureth, gathered riches together, and when he resteth, he shall be filled with the goods. And the poor man that hath labored in his low way of life, and the end and he is still poor. And he that loveth gold shall not be justified, and he that followeth after corruption shall not be filled with it, or shall be filled with it. Many have been brought to the fall for gold, and the beauty thereof hath been their ruin. Gold is a stumbling block to them that sacrifice to it. Woe to them that eagerly follow after it, and every fool shall perish by it. Blessed is the rich man that is found without blemish, and hath not gone after gold, nor put his trust in money, nor in treasures. Who is he? And we will praise him, for he hath done wonderful things in life, who hath been tried thereby, and made perfect, and he shall be have glory everlasting. And he that could have transgressed, and hath not transgressed, and could do evil things, that hath not done them. Therefore are his goods established to the Lord, and all the church of the saints shall declare his alms. And thou set at the table, and be not the first to open thy mouth upon it. Say not, there are many things which are upon it. Remember that the wicked eye is evil. What is created more wicked than an eye? Therefore shall I weep over all thy face when it shall see. Stretch not out thy hand lest first, being disgraced with envy, thou be put to confusion. Be not hasty in the feast. Judge of the dispensation of thy neighbor, of thy self. Use as a frugal man the things that are set before thee, least if thou eatest much, thou be hated. Leave off first for the manor's sake, and exceed not, lest thou offend, and if thou sittest amongst many, reach not thy hand out at first of all, and he that is not first to ask for the drink. How sufficient is the little wine for a man well taught, and in sleeping thou shalt not be uneasy with it, and thou shalt feel no pain. Washing and clothier and cripes, and with an intemperate man. Sound and wholesome sleep with a moderate man. He shall sleep till morning, and his soul shall be delighted with him. And if thou hast been forced to eat much, arise, go out and vomit, and it shall refresh thee, and thou shalt not bring sickness upon thy body. Hear me, my son, and despise me not. In the end thou shalt find my words, and all my works be quick, and no infirmity shall come to thee. The lips of many shall bless him, that the liberal of his bread, and the testimony of his truth is faithful. Against him that is negardedly his bread, the city of the murmur of the testimony of his negardedness is true. Challenge not them that love wine, for wine hath destroyed very many. Fire trieth hard iron, so wine drunk to excess shall rebuke the hearts of the proud. Wine taken with sobriety is equal. Life to men. If thou drink it moderately, thou shalt be sober. What is his life, who is diminished with wine? What taketh away life? Death. Wine was created from the beginning to make men joyful, and to not make them drunk. Wine drinketh with moderation is the joy of the soul and the heart. Sober drinking is healthy to the soul and body. Wine drunketh with excess raises quarrels and wrath and many ruins. Wine drunketh with excess is bitterness of the soul, and the wine and the heat of drunkenness is the stumbling block of the fool, lessening the strength and causing wounds. Rebuke not thy neighbor in the banquet of wine, and despise him not in his mirth. Speak not to him words of reproach, and press him not in demanding again. And have they made the ruler be not lifted up, be among them as one of them. Have a care of them, and go sit down. And when thou hast acquitted thyself of all thy charge, take thy place, and thou mayest receive for them, and receive a crown of an ornament of grace, and get honor of the contribution. Speak thou that art elder, for it becometh thee to speak of the first word with careful knowledge, and hinder and not music, where there is no bearing, pour not out the words, and be not lifted up out of the season with thy wisdom. A concert of music and a banquet of wine is a carbuncle set in gold, and a signet of an emerald in work. A gold of gold, so is the melody of music with the pleasance of the moderate wine. Hear in silence, and for thy reverence good grace shall come to thee. Young men scarcely speak in thy own cause. For if thou askest twice, let thy answer be short. In the many things be as if thou wert ignorant, and hear in silence, and withal seeking. The company of the great men take not upon thee, and when the ancients are present speak not much. Before the storm goeth lightning, and before the shamefaced goeth favour, and for thy reverence and good grace shall come to thee. And at the end of the rising be not slack, but but be first to run home to thy house, and there withdraw thyself, and there take thy pastime, and do what thou hast in mind, but not in the sin nor proud speech. For all the things that bless the Lord, and made thee, and the resplendor thee with all the good things, he that feareth the Lord will receive with his discipline, and they that will seek him early shall find a blessing. And he that seeketh the law shall be filled with it, and he that dealeth deceitfully shall be met with a stumbling block therein. And they that fear the Lord shall find just judgment, and shall kindle justice as a light. A sinful man will flee reproof, and will find excuse according to his will. A man of counsel will not neglect understanding, a strange and proud man will not dread fear. Even after he hath done with fear, without counsel he shall be controlled by the many things of his own seeking. My son, do through nothing without counsel, and thou shalt not repent of what thou hast done. Go not into the way of ruin, and thou shalt not stumble against the stones. Trust not in thyself in the rugged way, lest thou set a stumbling block to thy own soul. And beware of thy own children, and take heed to them that of thy household. In every work of thine regard thy soul in faith, for this is the keeping of the commandments. And he that believeth God taketh heed to the commandments, and he that trusteth to him shall fare never the worse. No evil shall happen to him that feareth the Lord, but the temptation God will keep him, and deliver him from evils. A wise man hateth not the commandments and justices, and he shall not be dashed to pieces as a ship in the storm. A man of understanding is faithful to the laws of God, and the law is faithful to him. And he cleareth a question shall prepare what to say, and so having prayed he shall be heard, and shall keep discipline, and then he shall answer. And the heart of the fool is a wheel of a cart, and his thoughts are like a uh, rolling axle. A friend is a friend that is a mocker is like a stallion horse, his neighing under every one that is sitting upon him. Why doth one day excel another, and one light another, and 1 year another year? Then all will come of the sun. By the knowledge of the Lord, they that disquieted the sun, being made keeping his commandment, he ordereth the seasons and holidays of them, and them that they celebrated festivals at the hour. Some of them God made nigh, In the great days, some of them that were put to flesh, put in the number of the ordinary days, and all the men are from the ground, and out of the earth, from whence Adam was created, with much knowledge the Lord hath divided them and diversified their ways. Some of them hath been blessed and exalted, and some of them hath sanctified and set near himself, and some of them hath cured and brought low, and turned them from their station. As the potter's clay in his hand is fashioned and ordered it. All his ways are according to the ordering. So man is in the hand of himself that made him, and he will render to him according to his judgments. Good is set against evil, and life against death. So also is the sinner against the just man. And so look all the works of the Most High, two and two, and one against another. Right? And I awakened last of all, and as one gathereth after the uh, grape gatherers, in the blessing of God I also have hoped, and as one I have gathered grapes, have I filled with the winepress. See that I have not labored for myself only, but for all that seeketh discipline. Hear me, ye great men, and all ye people, and hearken with your ears, ye rulers of the church. Give not to the son or wife, brother or friend, power over thee while thou livest, and give not thy estate to another, lest thou repent, and thou entreatest for the same. As long as thou livest and hast breath in thee, let no man change thee. For it is better that a children should ask of thee, than that looketh forward the hands of thy children, and all thy works keep the preeminence. Let no stain sully thy glory. In the wine and in the time when thou shalt in the days of thy life and the time of thy decrease the distribute thy inheritance. Fodder and the wand and burden are for an ass, bread and correction, work for a slave. He worketh under correction and seeketh to rest. Let his hands be idle, and he seeketh liberty. The yoke and the thong bend a stiff neck, and continual labors bow a slave. Torture and fetters are for a malice slave. Send him to work, that he may be not idle. For the idleness hath taught much evil, and set him to work. For so is fit for him, and if he be not made obedient, bring him down with the fetters, but not excessive towards anyone, and do no grievous thing without judgment. And if thou have a faithful servant, let him be to thee as thy own soul. Treat him as a brother, because in the blood of thy soul thou hast gotten him. And if thou hurt him unjustly, he will run away. And if he rise up and depart, thou knowest not whom to ask, and what way to seek him. This is the hopes of a man that is void of understanding, are vain and deceitfulness, and the dreams lift up fools. The man that giveth heed to lying visions is like to him that catcheth at the shadow and followeth after the wind. The visions of dreams is the resemblance of one thing to another, and when a man's likeness is before the face of the man, what can a man made clean by unclean? And what truth can come from that which is false? Deceit, divinations, and lying omens, and the dreams of evildoers are vanity. And the heart of fancilessness as that of the woman that travelleth, except it be in a vision sent forth from the Most High, set not thy heart upon them. For dreams have deceived many, and have failed that put their trust in them. The word of the law shall be fulfilled without a lie, and the wisdom shall be made plain in the mouth of the unfaithful, or the mouth of the faithful. What doth he know that he hath not been tried? A man that hath much experience shall think of many things, and he that hath learned many things shall show forth understanding. And he that hath no experience knoweth little, and that he hath uh, been experienced in many things multiplieth prudence. He that hath not tried what manner of things doth he know? He that hath been surprised shall abound with sedulity. I have seen many things by traveling, and am made accustomed to things. Sometimes I have been in danger of death. Of these things I have been delivered by the grace of God. The spirit of those that fear God is sought after, and by the reward shall be blessed. For their hope is on him that saveth them, and the eyes of God are upon them that love him. And he that feareth the Lord shall tremble at nothing, and shall be not afraid, for he is the hope. And the soul of him that feareth the Lord is blessed, and whom doth he look, and whom is his strength. The eyes of the Lord are upon those who fear him, and he is powerful protecting, and strong, and stay strong in defense from the beats, and cover from the sun to the moon, at preservation from stumbling, and a help from falling. And he riseth up the soul, and enlighteneth the eyes, and giveth health and life and blessing. The offering the offering of him that sacrificeth the thing that wrongfully gotten is stained, and the mockeries of the unjust are acceptable. And the Lord is the only for them that wait upon him, the way of the truth and justice. The Most High approveth not of the gifts of the wicked, neither hath he respect to the oblations of the unjust, nor will he be pacified for the sins by the multitude of their sacrifices. He that offereth sacrifices of the goods of the poor is as one that sacrifices the son in the presence of his father. And the bread of the needy is the life of the poor, and he that defraudeth them thereof is a man of blood. And he that taketh away the bread gotten by the sweat is like him that killeth his neighbor. He that sheddeth blood, and he that defraudeth the laborer of his higher brothers. And when he buildeth up, another pulleth down. What profit have they that bought the labor, but labor? When one prayeth and the other curseth, whose voice will God hear? He that washeth himself after touching the dead, if he toucheth him again, what doth his washing avail? So a man that is fastened for his sins, and doth the same again, what doth his humbling himself profit him? Who will hear his prayers? He that keepeth the law multiplieth the offerings, and the wholesome sacrifices to take the heed to the commandments, and to depart from all iniquity, and to depart from injustice is the offer of propitiatory sacrifice for the iniquities, and the begging of pardon for sins. And he shall return thanks that offereth fine flour, and he that doth mercy and offereth sacrifice. To depart from iniquity is to which pleases the Lord, and to depart from injustice is an entry for sins. Thou shalt not appear empty in the sight of the Lord, for all the things are to be done because of the commandment of God. And the oblation of the just maketh the altar fat, and is the odor of sweetness in the sight of the Most High. The sacrifice of the just is acceptable, and the Lord will not forget the memory of it thereof. Give glory to God with a good heart, and diminish not the first fruits of thy hands. In every gift show the cheerful countenance, and sanctify thy tithes with joy. Give to the Most High according to what he hath given to thee, and with a good eye do according to the ability of thy hands. For the Lord maketh recompense, and he will give thee 7 times as much. And do not offer the wicked gifts, for such he will not receive. And look upon and look not upon an unjust sacrifice, for the Lord is judge, and there is not with him respect of a person. The Lord will not accept any person against a poor man, and he will hear the prayer of him that is wronged. He will not despise the prayers of the fatherless, nor the widow, when he has poured out her complaint. Do not the widow's tears run down the cheek, and her cry against him that causes them to fall. From them that cheek they go up even to heaven, and the Lord that heareth will not be delighted with them. He that adoreth God with joy shall be accepted, and his prayer shall be approached even to the clouds. The prayer of him that humbleth himself shall pierce the clouds until it come nigh, and he will not be comforted, and he will not depart till the Most High behold. And the Lord will not slack, but will judge for the just and do judgment, and the Almighty will have patience with them, and that he may crush their back, and he will repay vengeance to the Gentiles till he have taken away the multitude of the proud and broken scepters of the unjust, till he have rendered to men according to their deeds, according to the works of Adam, according to presumptions, till he have judged the cause of his people, and he shall delight the just with his mercy. The mercy of God is beautiful in the time of affliction, as a cloud of rain in the time of drought. Have mercy upon us, O God of all, and behold us, and show us in the light of thy mercies, and send thy fear upon the nations that have sought after thee, that they may know that there is no God besides thee, and that they show forth thy wonders. Lift up thy hand over the strange nations, that they may see thy power. For thou hast been sanctified in us in their sight, and so thou shalt be magnified among them in our presence, that they may see, that they may know thee, as we also know thee, and that there is no God besides thee, O Lord. Renew thy signs and work new miracles. Glorify thy hand and thy right arm. Raise up indignation and pour out thy wrath. Take away the adversary and crush thy enemy. Hasten the time and remember the end, and they may declare thy wonderful works. Let him that escapeth and consumeth by the rage of the fire, let them perish that oppress thy people. Crush the head of the princes of the enemies that say, there is no other besides us. Gather together all the tribes of Jacob, that they may know that there is no God besides thee, and may desire thy great works, and thou shalt inherit them from the beginning. Have mercy on thy people upon whom thy name is invoked, and upon Israel, whom thou hast raised up to be the firstborn, thy firstborn. Have mercy on Jerusalem, the city which thou hast sanctified, the city of thy rest. Fill Zion with thy unspeakable words, and thy people with thy glory. And give testimony of them that are of thy creatures from the beginning, and raise up the prophecies which the former prophets spoke in thy name. Remember them that patiently wait for thee, that thy prophets may be found faithful, and hear the prayers of thy servants. According to the blessing of Aaron over thy people, and direct us to the ways of justice, and let all who know that dwell upon the earth, that thou art God, he beholder of all ages. The belly will devour all meat, yet one is better than the other. The palate tasteth venison, and the wise heart false speeches. The perverse heart will cause grief, and a man of experience will resist it. A woman will receive every man, yet one daughter is better than another. The beauty of a woman cheereth the countenance of her husband, and a man desireth nothing more. If she hath a tongue that can cure, and likewise mitigate and show mercy, her husband is not like the other men. He that possesseth a good wife, uh, beginning through possession, she is the help like to himself, and a pillar of rest. Where there is no hedge, the possession shall be spoiled, and where there is no wife, he mourneth that is in want. Who will trust in him that hath no rest, and that lodgeth wheresoever he might, taketh him, as a robber well appointed, that skippeth from city to city. Every man or every friend will say, I also am the I also am his friend. But there is a friend that is only a friend in name. Is not this a grief even to death? But a companion and a friend shall be turned to an enemy. O wicked presumption, when which whence camest thou to cover the earth? with thy malice and deceitfulness. There is a companion who rejoices with his friend and his joys, but in the time of trouble he will be against him. There is a companion with who conducteth with a friend for the belly's sake, and he will take up the shield against the enemy. Forget not thy friend in thy mind, and be not unmindful of him in thy riches. Consult not with him that layeth a snare for thee, and hide thy counsels from thee that envy thee. Every counselor giveth out counsel out. There is one, but the counselor for himself. Beware of the counselor, and know before what need he hath. For he who will devise his own mind, lest he thrust a stake into the ground, and say to thee, thy way is good, and then stand on the other side of thee and say, what shall befall thee? Treat not with a man without a religion concerning the holiness, nor will with a unjust man concerning justice, nor with a woman touching her of she a jealous, nor with the coward concerning war, nor with a merchant about traffic, nor with a buyer about selling, nor with a envious man of giving thanks, nor with the ungodly of piety, nor with the dishonest of honesty, nor with the field of labor of every work, nor with him that worketh by his year of the finishing of the year, nor with an idle servants of much busyness. Give no heed to these in the matter of counsel. But he that continually with a holy man, whoever so thou shalt know to observe the fear of God, whose soul is according to thy own soul, and who, when thou shalt stumble in the dark, will be sorry for thee, and establish within thyself a heart of good counsel, for there is no other thing of more worth to thee than it. And the soul of a holy man discovereth sometimes the true things more than the 7 watchmen that sitteth in the hideth place to waiteth. But above all these things, pray in the Most High that he may direct thy way in truth. In all thy ways, let the true word go before thee, and steady counsel before every action. A wicked word shall be changed the hearts of which four manner of things arise, and good and evil, life and death, and the tongue is continually the ruler of them. There is a man that is a subtle and a teacher of many, and yet unprofitable to his own soul. A skillful man hath taught many, and is sweet in his own soul. And he that speaketh sophisticatedly is hateful, and he shall be destitute of everything. Grace is not given to him from the Lord, for he is deprived of all wisdom. There is a wise man that is wise in his own soul, and the fruit of the understanding is commendable. A wise man instructeth his own people, and the fruits of his understanding are faithful. A wise man shall be filled with blessing, and they shall see the praises him. The life of a man is in the number of his days, but the days of Israel are innumerable. A wise man shall inherit honor amongst his people, and his name shall live forever. My son, prove thy soul in thy life, and if it be wicked, give it no power. For all things are not expedient for all, and every kind of pleaseth not every soul. Be not greedy in any fasting, and pour out thyself upon thy meats. For in many meats will be sickness, and greediness will turn to the clower. For the surfeiting many have perished, but he that is temperate shall prolong life. Honor the physician for the need thou hast of him, for the Most High hath created them. For all healing is from God, and he shall receive gifts of the King. The skill of the physician shall lift up his head, in the sight of the great men he shall be praised. To the Most High hath created medicines out of the earth, and the wise man will not abhor them. Was not the bitter water made sweet with wood? The fruit or the virtue of these things is come to knowledge of men, and the Most High hath given knowledge to men, that he may be honored in his wonders. By these he shall cure and shall allay their pains, and these the uh, uh, apothecary shall make sweet confections, and shall make of them ointments of health. In his works there shall be no end. For the peace of God is over all the face of the earth. My son, in thy sickness neglect not thyself, but pray to the Lord, and he shall heal thee. Turn away from sin, and order thy hands aright, and cleanse thy heart from all the offense. Give a sweet savor and a memorial of fine flour, and make the fat offering, and then give place to a physician. For the Lord created him, and let him not depart from thee, and for his works are necessary. For there is a time when thou must uh, fall into their hands, and they shall beseech the Lord that he will prosper, and what they give for the ease, the remedy for their conversation. He that sinneth in the sight of the Maker shall fall into the hands of the physician. My son, shed the tears over the dead, and begin to lament as if thou hadst suffered some great harm, and according to the judgment over his body, and neglect not his burial, and for the fear of being ill spoken, weep bitterly for the day, and then comfort thyself of thy sadness, and make mourning for him according to his merit, for a day or two, for fear of detraction. For the sadness cometh death, and it overwhelmeth the strength, and sorrow of the heart boweth down the neck. Then withdrawing aside, sorrow remaineth, and the substance of the poor is according to the heart. Give not up thy heart to the sadness, but drive it from thee, and remember the latter end. Forget it not, for there is no returning, and thou shalt do him no good, and shalt hurt thyself. Remember thy judgments, for thy also shall be so yesterday for me, and to thee today. When the dead is at rest, let his remembrance rest, and comfort him in departing of his spirit. And the wisdom of the scribe cometh by this time, the leisure, and he that is less in action shall receive wisdom. For with wisdom shall be furnished that holdeth the plough, and that glorieth in the goad, and driveth the oxen therein, and is occupied with their labors, and the whole talk is about the offspring of bulls. He that give his mind to turn up the furrows, and his care are to give the kind fodder. So every craftsman and worksmaster that laboureth night and day, he that maketh graven seals, and his continual diligence varieth the figure, he shall give his mind to the resemblance of the picture, and by the watching shall finish the work. So doth the smith sitting by the anvil, considering the iron work. The vapour of the fire wasteth his flesh, and he fighteth with the heat of the furnace. And the noise of the hammer is always in his ears, and his eye is upon the pattern of the vessel he maketh. And he setteth his mind to furnish his work, and his watching the to polish them to perfection. So doth the potter sitting at his work, turning the wheel about his feet, who is always carefully set at his work, and maketh all his work by number. He fashioneth the clay with his arm, and bow down his strength before his feet. And he shall give his mind to finish the glazing, and he watching to make clean the furnace. All these trust in their hands, and every one is wise in his own art. Without these is a city is not built, and they shall not dwell, nor walk therein, about therein, and they shall not go up unto the assembly. Upon the judge's seat they shall not sit, and the ordinance of the judgment they shall not understand. Neither shall they desire discipline and judgments, and they shall not be found wherein parables are spoken. But they that shall strengthen the state of the world, and their prayer shall be in the work of their craft, applying the soul and searching the law of the Most High. The wise man will seek out the wisdom of the ancients, and will be accompanied in the prophets. He will keep the sayings of the renowned men, and will enter withal into the subtleties of the parables. And he will search out the hidden meanings of the proverbs, and will be conversant in the streets of the secrets of parables. And he shall serve among great men, and appear before the governor. He shall pass into strange countries, and he shall try good and evil amongst men. And he will give his heart to resort early to the Lord that made him, and he shall pray in the sight of the Most High, and he will open his mouth in prayer, and will make supplication for his sins. For it shall please the great Lord, he will fill him with the spirit of understanding, and he will pour forth the words of his wisdom as showers, and of his prayers he will confess to the Lord. And he shall direct his counsel and his knowledge, and his secrets shall be meditate. He shall show forth his discipline. He hath learned, and show glory in the law of the covenant of the Lord. Many shall praise the wisdom and shall never be forgotten. And the memory of him shall not be depart away, and his name shall be request from generation to generations. Nations shall declare his wisdom, and the church shall show forth his praise. If he continue, he shall have a name above 1,000, and if he rest, it shall be to his advantage. I will yet neglect, but I will yet meditate that I may declare, for I am filled with a holy transport. By the voice he saith, Hear me, ye divine offspring, and bud forth as the rose planted by the brooks of waters. Give ye a sweet odor as frankincense. Send forth flowers as the lily, and yield a smell, and bring forth leaves in the grace, and the praise, and the canticles, and bless the Lord in his works. Magnify his name, and give glory to him, the voice of our lips, and with the canticles of our mouths, and with the harps, and his praising, you shall say in manner, All the works of the Lord are exceedingly good, and all his word. And the waters stood as a heap, and at the words of his mouth the receptacles of waters. For his commandments' favor is shown, and there is no diminishing of his salvation. For the works of all the flesh are before him, and there is nothing hid from his eyes. He sees from the eternity to eternity, and there is nothing wonderful before him. And there is no saying, What is this, or what is that? For all these things shall be sought in their time. His blessing hath overflowed like a river, and as a flood hath watered the earth. So shall his wrath inherit the nations that have not sought after him. Even as he turned the waters into dry land, and the earth was made dry, and his ways were made plain for the journey, so the sinners that are stumbling blocks in the earth. Good things were created for the good from the beginning, so for the wicked, good and evil things. The principal things necessary for life of men are water, fire, and iron, salt, milk, and bread, and flour, and honey, and the cluster of grape, and oil, and clothing. All these things shall be for good to the holy. So the sinners and the ungodly, they shall be turned into evil. And there are spirits that are created for vengeance. In their fury they lay upon grievous torments. In their time of destruction shall pour out their forces, and they shall appease the wrath of him that made them. Fire, hail, famine, and death, all these were created for vengeance. The teeth of the beasts, and the scorpions, and the serpents, and the sword, taking vengeance upon the ungodly unto destruction. In his commandments they shall feast, and shall be ready upon the earth, when needed is, and is their time is come, they shall not transgress the word. Therefore from the beginning I was resolved, and have meditated and thought on these things, and have left them into writing. All the works of the Lord are good, and he will furnish them in due time. It is not to be said, This is worse than that, for all shall be well approved in their time. Now therefore, with the whole heart and the whole praise ye him, and bless the name of the Lord. Great is the labor is the great labor is created for all men, and the heavy yoke is upon the children of Adam. From the day of their coming out of their mother's womb until the day of their burial unto the mother of all, their thoughts and fears of the heart, their imagination of things to come, and the day of their end, free from him that sitteth on the glorious throne, unto him that is humbleth in the earth and ashes, from him that weareth purple and beareth the crown, even to him that it covereth the rough linen, wrath, envy, trouble, and unquietedness, and the fear of death, uncontinual anger and strife. And at that time the rest upon his bed, the sleep of the nights changeth his knowledge, and a little and nothing is the rest, and afterwards in sleep, as in the day keeping watch, and he that troubleth in the vision of his heart, as if he hath escaped in the day of battle, and the time of the safety he rose up, and wondereth that there is no fear. Such things happen to all flesh, from man even to beast, and upon the sinners are sevenfold more. Moreover, death and bloodshed, strife and sword, and oppressions and famine, and afflictions and scourges, all these things are created for the wicked, and for their sakes came the flood. All these things that are of the earth shall return to the earth again, and all the waters shall return to the sea. All bribery and injustice shall be blotted out, and fidelity shall stand for ever. The riches of the unjust shall be dried up like a river, and shall pass away with the noise like a great thunder and rain. While he openeth his hands, he shall rejoice, and the transgressors shall pine away in the end. The offspring of the ungodly shall not bring forth many branches, and make a noise as unclean roots upon the top of the rock. The weeds growing over every water at the bank of the river shall be pulled up before all grass. Grace is like a paradise, and blessings and mercy remaineth forever. The life of the laborer that is content with what he hath shall be sweet, and it thou shalt find treasure. Children and the building of the city shall establish a name, but the uh, blameless wife shall be counted among them. Wine and music rejoice in the heart, but the love of wisdom is above them all both. The flute and the psaltery make a sweet melody, but the pleasant tongue to it is above them both. The eye desireth favor and beauty, but more than these green sown fields. A friend and a companion meeting together in season, but above them both is to wife with her husband. Brethren are a help in a time of trouble, but the mercy shall deliver more than they. Gold and silver make feet stand sure, but wise counsel is above them both. Riches and strength lift up the heart, but above these is the fear of the Lord. There is no want in the fear of the Lord, and nothing not to seek for help. The fear of the Lord is like paradise of blessing, and they have covered it above all glory. My son, in thy lifetime be not indignant, for it is better to die than to want. The life of him that looketh forward towards another man's table is not counted a life, for he feedeth his soul with another man's meat. But a man well instructed and taught will look to himself. Begging will be sweet in the mouth of the unwise, but his belly there shall be a burn of fire. O death, how bitter is the remembrance of thee to a man that hath peace in his possessions, to a man that is at rest, and whose ways are prosperous in all things, and that is yet able to take meat. O death, thy sentence is welcome to man that is in need, and to him whose strength faileth. Woe is it in a decrepit age, and that in the care about all things, and the distrustful loseth patience. Fear not the sentence of death. Remember what things have been before thee, and what shall come after thee. This sentence is from the Lord upon all flesh. What shall come upon thee by the good pleasure of the Most High, whether 10 or 100 or 1,000 years? For among the dead there is no accusing of life. The children of sinners become children of abominations, and they have conversed near the houses of the ungodly. The inheritance of the children of the sinners shall perish, and with their posterity shall be a perpetual reproach. The children will complain of a ungodly father, because of his sake they are in a reproach. Woe to you, ungodly men, who have forsaken the law of the Most High Lord. And if you be born, you shall born in malediction, and if you die, in malediction shall be your portion. All things that are in the earth shall return unto the earth. So the ungodly shall from malediction to destruction. The mourning of men is about their body, and the name of the ungodly shall be blotted out. Take care of a good name, for this shall continue with thee, more than 1,000 treasures precious and great. A good life hath its number of days, and a good name shall continue forever. My children, keep discipline and peace, for wisdom that is hid, and treasure that is not seen, what profit is there in them both? Better is a man that hideth his folly, than a man that hideth his wisdom. Wherefore, have a shame of these things I am now going to speak of, for it is not good to keep all shamefulness, and all things do not please all men in opinion. Be ashamed of fornication before father and mother, and of a lie before a governor and a man in power, of a offense before a prince, and the judge of iniquity before a congregation and of a people, of injustice before a companion and a friend in regard to a place where thou dwellest, of theft and of the truth of God, and the covenant of leaning with thy elbows over meat, and deceit and giving and taking, of silence before that salute thee, of looking upon the harlots, of turning away thy face from the kinsman. Turn not away thy face from the neighbor, and taking away the portion, not restoring. Gaze not upon another man's wife, and be not inquisitive after his handmaid, and approach not her bed. Be ashamed of upbraiding speeches before friends, and after thou hast given, upbraideth not. Repeat not the word which thou hast heard, and disclose not the thing that is in secret. So shalt thou be truly without confusion, and shalt find favor before all men. Be not ashamed of anything of these things, and accept no person to sin thereby. Of the law of the Most High, and of his covenant, and of judgment, to justify the ungodly, of the affair of the companions and travelers, and of the gift of the inheritance of friends, of exactness of balance and weights, of getting much or little, of corruption, of buying and immersions, and of much correction of children, and to make the side of the wicked slave to bleed. Sure keeping in good over the wicked wife, where there are many hands, shut up and deliver all things in number, and wait and put in writing that thou givest out or receivest in. Be not ashamed, torn, that wise and foolish, and aged, that are judged by young men, and thou shalt be well invested, instructed in all things, and well approved in the sight of all living men. The father waketh for the daughter when no man knoweth, and the care for her taketh away his sleep. When she is young, lest she pass away for the flower of her age, and when she is married, lest she be hateful in her virginity, lest she be corrupted and found with a child in her father's house, and having a husband, lest she should be misbehave herself, or at least become barren. Keeping sure, watch over a shameless daughter, lest at any time she make thee become a laughing stock to thy enemies, and by a byword in the city and a reproach among the people, she make thee ashamed before all the multitude. Behold, not everybody's beauty, and tarry not among women, for from garments cometh the moth, and from a woman the iniquity of a man. For better is the iniquity of a man than a woman doing a good turn, and a woman bringing shame and reproach. I will now remember the works of the Lord, and I will declare the things that I have seen. By the words of the Lord are his works. The sun giving light hath looked upon all things, and the full of the glory of the Lord is his work. Hath not the Lord made the saints to declare all his wonderful works, which the Lord Almighty hath firmly settled and be established for his glory? He hath searched out the deep, the heart of men, and considered their crafty devices. For the Lord knoweth all knowledge, and hath beheld the signs of the world, and he declareth of the things that are of the past, the things that are to come, and revealeth the traces of the hiding things. No thought escapeth him, and no word can hide itself from him. He hath beautified the glorious works of his wisdom, and he is from the eternity to eternity, and to him nothing may be added, nor can be diminished, and he hath no need of any counselor. Oh, how desirable are all his works, and what can we know is what is as a spark. All these things live and remain forever, and every use of things obey him. All things are double, one against another, and he hath made nothing defective. He hath established the good things of every one, and who shall be filled with beholding his glory. The firmament on high is his beauty, and the beauty of the heaven with its glorious show. And the sun, when he appeareth, showing forth at its rising an admirable instrument, the work of the Most High. At noon he burneth the earth, who can abide his burning heat, as one keepeth a furnace in the works of the heat. the sun 3 times as much, burning the mountains, breathing out fiery vapors, shining with his beams. He blindeth the eyes. Great is the Lord that made him, and at his words he hath hastened his course. And the moon, and all her season, is for the declaration of times, and a sign of the world. For the moon is a sign of the festive day, a light that decreases in her perfection. The mouth is called after her name, increasingly wonderful in her perfection, being an instrument of the armies of on high, shining gloriously in the firmament of heaven. The glory of the stars is the beauty of the heaven. The Lord enlighteneth the world on high. By the words of the Holy One, they shall stand in judgment, and shall never fail in their watches. Look upon the rainbow, and bless him that made it. It is very beautiful in its brightness. It compasseth the heaven about with the circle of its glory, and the hands of the Most High have displayed it. By the commandment he maketh the snow to fall apace, and sending forth swiftly the lightnings of his judgment. Through this are the treasures opened, and clouds fly out like birds. By the greatness he hath fixed the clouds, and the hailstones are broken. And his sight shall the mountains be shaken, and at his will the south wind shall blow. The noise of his thunder shall strike the earth. So doth the northern storm and the whirlwind. And as the birds lighting up the earth, he scattereth snow, and falling thereof is as coming down as a locust. And the eye admireth of the beauty of the whiteness thereof, and the heart astonished at the shower thereof. He shall pour frost as salt upon the earth, and when it freezes, it shall become like the tops of thistles. The cold north wind bloweth, and the water is congealed with crystal upon every gathering together as waters shall rest, and shall clothe the waters as a breastplate. It shall devour the mountains, and burn the wilderness, and consume all that is green as with fire. A present remedy of all that is in the speedy coming of the cloud, and the dew that meeteth it by the heat that cometh shall overpower it. At his word the wind is still, and with his thought he appeaseth the deep. And the Lord hath planted islands therein. Let him that sail on the sea tell the dangers thereof. And when he hear with our ears, we shall admire. There are great and wonderful works, a variety of beasts, and of all the living things that are monstrous creatures of whales. Through him is established the end of their journey, and by his word all things are regulated. So shall much, and yet shall want words, but the sum of our words is he is all. What shall we be able to do to glorify him? For Almighty himself is above all his works. The Lord is terrible and exceedingly great, and his power is admirable. Glorify the Lord as much as ever you can, for he will yet far exceed, and his magnificence is wonderful. Blessing the Lord, exalted him as much as you can, for he is above all praise. When you exalt him, put forth all your strength, and be not weary, for you can never go far enough. Who shall see him and declare him? And who shall magnify him as he is from the beginning? There are many things hidden from us that are greater than these, for we have seen but have but a few of his works. For the Lord hath made all things, and to the godly he hath given wisdom. Let us now praise men of renown, and our fathers in their generation. The Lord hath wrought great glory through his magnificence from the beginning, such as have borne rule their dominions, men of the great power, educed their wisdom, and showing forth in the prophets the dignity of prophets, the ruling over the present people, and by the strength of the wisdom instructeth the people in the most holy words, such as their skill sought out musical tunes, and publishing canticles of the Scriptures, rich men in virtue, studying beautifulness, living at peace in their houses. All these have gained glory in their generations, and were praised in their days. They that were born of them have left a name behind them, that their praises might be related. And there are some of whom there is no memorial, who are perished, as if they have never been, and are become as if they had never been born, and their children with them. But these were the men of mercy, whose godly deeds have not failed. Good things continue with their seed. Their posterity are a holy inheritance, and their seed hath stood in the covenants. And their children for the sakes remain forever, and their seed and their glory shall not be forsaken. Their bodies are buried in peace, and their name liveth into the generation to generation. And the people show forth their wisdom, and the church declare their praise. Enoch pleased God, and was translated into paradise, that he may give repentance to the nations. Noah was found perfect, just, and in the time of wrath he was made a reconciliation. Therefore was there a remnant left to the earth when the flood came, and the covenants of the world were made with him, and with all flesh, should no man more be destroyed with the flood. Abraham was the great father of the multitude of nations, and there was not found like him in glory, who kept the law of the Most High, and was in the covenant with him. In his flesh he established the covenants, and in temptation he was found faithful. Therefore, by the oath he gave him glory to his posterity, that he should increase as the dust of the earth, and that he would exalt his seed as the stars, and they should inherit from sea to and from river to the ends of the earth. And he did in like manner with Isaac for the sake of Abraham his father. The Lord gave him a blessing of all nations, and confirmed his covenant upon the head of Jacob. And he acknowledged him in a blessing, and gave him an inheritance, and divided his portion in 12 tribes. And he preserved for him men of mercy, and found grace in the eyes of all flesh. Moses was beloved of God and men, whose memory is in benediction. He made him like the saints in the glory, and magnified them in the fear of his enemies. and with his words he made prodigies to cease. He glorified him in the sight of the kings, and gave him commandments in the sight of the people, and showed him his glory. He sanctified him in his faith and meekness, and chose him out of all flesh. For he heard him and his voice, and brought him into the cloud. And he gave him the commandments before his face, and a law of life and instruction, that he might teach Jacob his covenants, and Israel his judgments. He exalted Aaron his brother, and like himself of the tribe of Levi. He made the everlasting covenant with him, and gave him the priesthood of the nation, and made him blessed in glory. And he girded him about with a glorious girdle, and clothed him with a robe of glory, and crowned him with a majestic attire. And he put upon him a garment to the feet, and to the breeches, and an ephod. He was compassed, and with many little bells of gold all about, that he went there might be a sound and noise made that might be heard in the temple for the memorial to the children of his people. He gave him a holy robe of gold and blue and purple, woven the work of wise men, endued with the judgment and truth, of twisted scarlet, the work of a artist, and the precious stones cut and set in gold, engraven by the work of the lapidary, for a memorial, according to the number of the tribes of Israel. A crown of gold upon his mitre, wherein was engraved holiness, an ornament of honor, a work of power and delightfulness to the eyes for its beauty. Before him there were none so beautiful, even from the beginning. No stranger was ever clothed with them, but only his children alone, and his grandchildren forever. His sacrifices were consumed with fire every day. Moses filled his hands and anointed him with holy oil. This was made to him for an everlasting testament, and his seed as the days of heaven, to execute the office of the priesthood, and to have praise, and to glorify his people in his name. He chose him out of all the men living to offer sacrifice to God, incense, and a good Savior, for a memorial to make reconciliation for his people. He gave him power in commandments in the covenants of the judgments, that he should teach Jacob his testimonies, and give lights to Israel in his law. And the strangers stood up against him, and through envy the men that were with Danath and Abiram compasses him, and about the wilderness and the congregation of Kor in their wrath. The Lord saw it and pleased him not, and they were consumed in the wrathful indignation. He wrought wonders upon them, consumed them with the flame of fire, and he added glory to Aaron, and gave him the inheritance, and divided unto him the firstfruits of the increase of the earth. He prepared them bread in the first place unto fullness, for the sacrifices also of the Lord they shall eat, which he gave to him, and to his seed. But he shall not inherit among the people in the land, and he hath no portion among the people, for he himself is his portion and inheritance. Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, is the third in glory, by imitating him in the fear of the Lord. And he stood up in a shameful fall of the people, and godliness and readiness of a soul. He appeased God for Israel. Therefore he made to him the covenant of peace, to be the prince of the sanctuary and of his people. And the dignity of the priesthood should be to him and to his seed forever. And the covenant to David, the king, the son of Jesse, the tribe of Judah, an inheritance to him and to his seed, that he might give wisdom unto our hearts, to judge his people in justice, that their good things might not be abolished, and he made their glory and their nation everlasting. Valiant in war was Jesus, the son of Nave, whose successor Moses, Joshua, amongst the prophets, who was great according to his name, very great is the saving elect of God, to overthrow the enemies that rose up against them, that he might get the inheritance of Israel. How great glory did he gain when he lifted up his hands and stretched out the swords against the cities. Who before him hath so resisted? For the Lord himself brought the enemies. Was not the sun stopped in his anger, and in one day made as two? He called upon the Most High Sovereign when the enemies assaulted him on every side, and great and holy God heard him by the hailstones of exceeding great force. And he made a violent assault against the nation of his enemies, and the descent he destroyed the adversaries, that the nations might know his power, and it is not easy to fight against. And he followed the mighty one. In the days of Moses he did a work of mercy, he and Caleb the son of Josephon, in standing against the enemy, and withholding the people from the sins, and appeasing the wicked murmurings. They too, being appointed, were delivered out of danger from amongst the number of the 600,000 men on foot, to bring them into the inheritance, into the land that floweth with milk and honey. And the Lord gave strength also to Caleb, and his strength continued even to old age. And so he went up to the high places of the land, and his seed obtained it an inheritance, that all the children of Israel might see that it is good to obey the holy God. Then all the judges, every one by name, whose heart was not corrupted, who turned not away from the Lord, that their memory might be blessed, and their bones spring up out of their place, and their name continue forever, and the glory of holy men remaineth unto their children. Samuel the prophet of the Lord, beloved of the Lord his God, established a new government, and appointed princes over his people. By the law of the Lord he judged the congregation, and God of Jacob beheld that by his fidelity he was proved a prophet, and he was known to be faithful in his words, because he saw the God of lights, and called upon the name of the Lord Almighty. In fighting against the enemies who beset him on every side, he offered a lamb without blemish. And the Lord thundered from heaven, and a great noise made his voice to be heard, and he crushed the princes of the Tyrians, and all the lords of the Philistines. And before the time of the end of the life in the world, he protested there before the Lord in his anointed money and anything else given to show he had not taken of any man, and no man did accuse him. And after this he slept, and he was made known to the king, and showed him the end of his life. And he lifted up his voice from the earth in prophecy, to blot out the wickedness of the nation. Then Nathan the prophet arose in the days of David, and as the fat taken away from the flesh, so was David chosen amongst the children of Israel. He played with lions as with lambs, and the bears he did in like manner, and with the lambs as of a flock in his youth. Did not he kill the giant and take away reproach from his people? And lifting up his hand with the stone and the sling to beat down the boasting of Goliath? For he called upon the Lord Almighty, and gave him strength in his right hand to take away the mighty warrior, that he set up a horn in his nation. So in the 10,000 did he glorify him, praised him, and the blessing of the Lord, and offering him the crown of the glory. For he destroyed the enemies on every side, and extirpated the Philistines. And the adversaries unto this day he broke their horn forever. In all his works he gave thanks to the Holy One, the Most High, with the words of glory. With his whole heart he praised the Lord, and loved God that made him, and he gave him the power against his enemies. And yet singers before the altar, and by their voices he made sweet melody. And the festivals he added beauty, and set in order the solemn times, even to the end of his life, that should praise the holy name of the Lord, and magnify the holiness of God in the morning. The Lord took away his sins, and exalted his horn forever. And he gave him a covenant of the kingdom, and a throne of glory in Israel. After him arose a wise son, and for his sake he cast down all the powers of the enemies. Solomon reigned in days of peace, and God brought all his enemies under him, that he might build a house in his name, prepare a sanctuary forever. O how wise wast thou in thy youth, and thou wast filled as a river with wisdom, and thy soul covered with earth. And thou didst multiply riddles and parables, and thy name went abroad to the islands far off. And thou wast beloved in thy peace. The countries wondered at thee for thy canticles, and the proverbs, and the parables, and the interpretations. And at the name of the Lord God, whose surname is the God of Israel, thou didst gather gold as copper, and didst multiply silver as lead. Thou didst bow thyself to women, and by thy body thou wast brought under subjection. And thou stained thy glory, and defiled thy seed, as to bring wrath upon thy children, and to have thy folly kindled. And thou shouldest make the kingdom be divided, and out of Ephraim a rebellious kingdom to rule. But God will not leave off his mercy, and he will not destroy nor abolish his own works. Neither will he cut up by the roots of the offspring of his elect, and he will not utterly take away the seed of him that loveth the Lord. Wherefore he gave a remnant to Jacob, and to David of the same stock. And Solomon had an end with his fathers, and he left behind him a seed of the folly of a nation. Even Rehoboam had a little wisdom, who turned away the people through his counsel. Jeroboam the son of Nebat, who caused Israel to sin, and showed Ephraim the way of sin, and their sins were multiplied exceedingly. They removed them far away from their land, and they sought out all the iniquities, till the vengeance came upon them, and put an end to all their sins. And Elias the prophet stood up as a fire, and his word burneth like a torch. And he brought a famine upon them, and they that provoked him in their envy were reduced to a small number, for they could not endure the commandments of the Lord. By the word of the Lord be shut up heaven, and be brought down fire from heaven thrice. And thus Elias magnified in the wondrous works. And who can glory uh, like to thee, who raisest up the dead man from below, from the lot of death, by the word of the Lord God, who brought us down the kings to destruction, and brokest easily their power in pieces, and the glorious from their bed, who heardest the judgments of Sinai and Horeb, the judgments of vengeance, who appointeth the kings to penance, and maddest prophets of successors after thee, who has taken up in a whirlwind of fire, and chariots of fiery horses, who are to register the judgments of time, and to appease the wrath of the Lord, to reconcile the heart of the father to the son, and to restore the tribes of Jacob. Blessed are they that saw thee, and were honored with thy friendship. For we live only in our life, but after death our name shall not be such. Elias was indeed covered with the whirlwind with his spirit, and was filled up in Eliseus in his days. He feared not the prince, and no man was more powerful than he. No word could overcome him, and after death his body prophesied. In his life he did great wonders, and death he brought miracles. For all that were the people repented not, neither did they depart from their sins, till they were cast out of their land, and were scattered throughout all the earth. And there was left but a small people, the prince in the house of David. Some of these did that which pleased God, but others committed many sins. Hezekiah fortified his city, and brought in water into the midst thereof, and digged rock with an iron, and made a well for water. And the days of Sennacherib came up, and sent Rabshakeh, and lifted up his hand against them, and stretched out the hand against Zion, and became proud, and through his power. And then their hearts and their hands trembled, and they were in pain as women in travail. And they called upon the Lord, who is merciful, and spreading their hands, they lifted up to heaven, and the Holy Lord quickly heard their voice, and he was not mindful of their sins. Neither did he deliver them up to their enemies, but he purified them by the hand of Isaiah the holy prophet. He overthrew the army of the Assyrians, and the angel of the Lord destroyed them. And Hezekiah did that which pleased God, and walked valiantly in the way of David his father, which Isaiah the great prophet and faithful in the sight of God had commanded him. In his days the sun went back and backward, and he lengthened his king's life. With a great spirit he saw the things that were to come to pass at last. He informed the mourners in Zion. He showed that what should come to pass forever, in the secret things before they came. The memory of Josiah is like the composition of the sweet smell made by the art of the perfumer. His remembrance shall be sweet as honey in every mouth, as music at the banquet of the wine. He was directed by God unto the repentance of a nation, and he took away the abominations of wickedness. And he directed his heart toward the Lord in the days of sinners, he strengthened godliness. Except David and Hezekiah and Josiah all committed sin. For the kings of Judea forsook the laws of the Most High, and despised the fear of God. So they gave their kingdom to others, and their glory to a strange nation. They burnt the chosen city of holiness, and made the streets thereof desolate, according to the prediction of Jeremiah. For they treated them evil, who was consecrated a prophet from his mother's womb, to overthrow and pluck up and destroy, and to build up again and renew. It was Ezekiel that saw the glorious vision which was shown him upon the chariot of cherubims. And he made mention of the enemies under the figure of rain, and doing good to them that showeth right ways. And may the bones of the 12 prophets spring up out of their place, for they have strengthened Jacob, and redeemeth themselves by the strong faith. How shall we magnify Zerubbabel, and he that shall signet on the right hand? In like manner, Jesus, the son of Josedek, who in their days built the house, and set the holy temple to the Lord, prepared for the everlasting glory. And let Nehemiah be in long name remembered, who raised up us our walls that were cast down, and set up the gates and the bars, who rebuilt our houses. No man was born upon the earth like Enoch, for he was also taken up from the earth. Nor is Joseph, who was a man born prince of his brethren, the support of his family, the ruler of his brethren, the stay of the people. And his bones were visited, and after death they were prophesied. Seth and Shem obtained glory among men, and above every soul Adam in the beginning. Simon the high priest, the son of Onias, who in his life propped up the house, and in his days fortified the temple. By him also the height of the temple was founded, and the double building, and the high walls of the temple. In his days the wells of water floweth out, and they were filled as the sea among the measure. He took care of his nation, and he delivered it from destruction. He prevaileth to enlarge the city, and obtain the glory. In his conversation with the people he enlargeth the entrance of the house and the courts. And he shone in his days as the morning star in the midst of the cloud, and as the moon at the full. And the sun, when it shineth, so did he shine in the temple of God. And as the rainbow giveth light in the bright clouds, and as the flower of the roses in the days of the spring, as the lilies that are on the brink of the water, and as the sweet smelling fragrances in the time of summer, as the bright fire and frankincense burning in the fire, and a massive vessel of gold adorned with every precious stone, and an olive tree budding forth, and a cypress tree rearing itself on high. When he put on a robe of glory, was clothed with the perfection of power. And he went up to the holy altar to be honored in the vesture of holiness. And when he took the portions out of the hands of the priests, he himself stood at the altar about him, and was the ring of his brethren, and at the cedar planted in the mountain of Libanus, and the branches of the palm trees, they stood around about, and all the sons of Aaron and their glory. And the oblations of the Lord was in their hands before all the congregation of Israel. And finishing his service on the altar, to honor the offering of the Most High King, he stretched forth his hand to make a libation offered of the blood of the grape, and he poured out at the foot of the altar a divine odor to the Most High Prince. Then the sons of Aaron shouted and sounded with beaten trumpets, and made a great noise to be heard for the remembrance before God. Then all the people together made haste and fell down to the earth upon their faces to adore the Lord their God, and to pray to Almighty God the Most High. And the singers lifted up their voices, and the great house, the sound of sweet melody was increased. And the people in prayer besought the Lord Most High until the worship of the Lord was perfected, and they had finished their office. Then coming down, he lifted up his hands over all the congregation of the children of Israel to give glory to God with his lips and the glory of his name. In his name, he repeated his power willingly to show the power of God. And now pray ye to God of all, who hath done great things in all the earth, who hath increased our days from a mother's womb, and hath done with us according to his mercy. May he grant us joyfulness of heart, that there be peace in our days in Israel forever. Israel may believe that the mercy of God is with us, and to deliver us in his days. There are two nations which my soul abhorreth, and the third is a nation which I hate, and they that sit in the Mount Seir, and the Philistines, and the foolish people that dwell in Sichem. Jesus, the son of Sirach of Jerusalem, hath written in this book the doctrine of wisdom and the instruction, who renewed wisdom from his heart. Blessed is he that is conversant in these good things, and he layeth up them, and his heart shall be wise always. For if he do them, he shall be strong to do all things, because the light of God guideth his steps. A prayer of Jesus, the son of Sirach. I give glory to thee, O Lord, O King, and I will praise thee, O God, my Savior. I will give glory to thy name, for thou hast been a helper and a protector to me, and thou hast preserved my body from destruction, from the snare of an unjust tongue, and from the lips of them that forge lies, and from the sight of them that stood by. Thou hast been my helper, and thou hast delivered me accordingly to the multitude of thy mercy of thy name. From them that did roar prepared to devour, out of the hands of them that sought my life, and from the gates of the afflictions which compasses about, from the oppression of the flame which surroundeth me. In the midst of the fire I was not burned. From the depth of the belly of hell, and from the unclean tongue, and from the lying words, from an unjust king, and from the slanderous tongue, my soul shall praise the Lord even to death. My life was drawing near to hell beneath. They compassed me on every side, and there was no one that would help me. I looked for a succor of men, and there was none. I remember thy mercy, O Lord, and thy works, which are from the beginning of the world, and thou hast delivered them in the wait for thee, O Lord, and savest them out of the hand of the nations. Thou hast exalted my dwelling place upon the earth, and I have prayed for death to pass away. I called upon the Lord, the Father of my Lord, and that he would not leave me in the day of my trouble, in the time of the proud without help. I will praise thy name continually, and praise it with thanksgiving, and my prayer was heard. And thou hast saved me from destruction, and hast delivered me from evil time. Therefore I will give thanks, and I will praise thee. I will bless the name of the Lord. And when I was yet young, before I was wandered about, I sought the wisdom openly to my prayer. And I prayed for her before the temple, and to the very end I will seek after her. And she flourished as a grape soon ripe. My heart delighteth in her, my foot walketh in the right way. From my youth upon I sought after her. I bowed down my ear a little and received her. I found much wisdom in myself, and I profited much therein. To him that giveth me wisdom will I give glory. For I have determined to follow her. I have had zeal for good, and shall not be confounded. My soul hath wrestled for her, and doing it I have been confirmed. I have stretched forth my hands on high, and I bewailed my ignorance of her. I directed my soul to her, and the knowledge I found her. I possessed my heart with her from the beginning. Therefore I shall not be forsaken. My entrails were troubled in seeking her. Therefore shall I possess a good possession. The Lord hath given me a tongue for my reward, and with it I will praise him. Draw near to me, ye unlearned, and gather yourselves together unto the house of discipline. Why are ye slow? And what do you say of these things? Your souls are exceedingly thirsty. I have opened my mouth, and I have spoken. Buy her for yourselves without silver, and submit your neck to the yoke, and let your soul receive discipline, for she is near at hand to be found. Behold, with your eyes, how I have labored a little, and have found much rest to myself. Receive ye discipline as the great sum of money, and possess abundance of gold by her. Let your soul rejoice in his mercy, in your soul, and you shall not be confounded in his praise. Work your work before the time, and he will give you reward in his time. The conclusion of Ecclesiasticus, also known as Sirach. Gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritus Sancto, sic erat in principio et nunc et semper in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Deo gratias.